I'm doing my part. 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 I'm doing my part.
Hello. Hi guys. I hope you had a wonderful last couple days. Sorry for my tardiness. I was in bed scrolling memes. I don't have an excuse. I actually was even awake and I kept on doing that like I should probably get up and get ready. Hey, I should probably like go upstairs and start my stream. And I was like, or I could just like play. Oh my god! I'll tell you what I've become obsessed with. I don't. This is a hashtag not sponsored. I had a mobile game that got advertised to me, and it's so satisfying. I don't know if I should tell you guys. I don't want you guys to get addicted. It's such a stupid game as well. It's not even that great. It's just the animation. It's basically like a crochet dragon, and then like you have to get the wool to unravel the dragon to save a kitten. And oh my god, the animation just it scratches that good itch, man. I tell you what, it's so simple, so good. It's Anyhow, yes, I fell for the mobile game ad, but at least it played like the ad does. Sometimes it doesn't play like the ad does. This one does at least. Ugh. Disappointed. It's okay. I accept this. You are fake. It is true. I'm not real. There's only one part of me that still exists. I'll let you decide what. Anyway, hi guys. What country am I from? Us Art. I am from New Zealand, but that's not where I live. That's just where I'm from. Hi Quokka. You're the magnificent wildebeest. I was gonna make a wildebeest noise, but I don't know what sound it makes. So it was a consistent ad on Duolingo of all things. All right, guys. It's fake, not real. Like it, as in me. I am the fake. Anyhow, these, we gotta learn these things eventually. So we're doing a little bit of a testing 1, 2, 3 again. That's probably gonna be what my live streams are until I feel comfortable. So we've got like 2 more weeks, maybe even like more of still testing things. But I am very excited for today in particular because if today goes well, then we may be able to bring back Reacts. Reacts are possibly returning. So watch this space. Watch this space. Anyhow, oh my gosh, so many people that have popped in. It's so good to see you guys. I don't know what the commentary of this is. Wait, there's more people saying this is fake. What is the achievement of saying this is fake? I don't. Anyway, guys, I've been faking this whole time. I guess. Today I learned. Good man or bad boy? What are you asking? Be more specific. If I have no context, then I guess good man. That's how I would address you. Hello, good man. How are they today? Hey, Biscuit. Hello from Hungary. That's so exciting. I hope you're enjoying your tours and travels. I'm sure you are. Well, enjoy yourself. Enjoy. I can't judge I'm playing Raid this very moment. As in Raid Shadow Legends? The one and the same? Are you doing well? Feeling well? I am doing better. So I saw Q-Man, you also asked how my headache was. I have an inkling of what's occurred. It's the last little bit I've just been getting headaches, and yesterday I woke up and it was bordering on migraine, where it's like behind the eye headache. So I decided to not stream yesterday to just recover, and I'm very glad I did. However, I continued to work on my new toys, which is very exciting, and I still got a headache. So, but I took some pills, and the pills seem to help. So I'm not too fussed about it. I just don't know what's causing it. However, my assumption of what is troubling me, which doesn't really make sense when I wake up first thing in the morning, is actually the distance I am to my monitors. I've never had how people talk about getting a headache when using their computer a whole bunch. I've never experienced that. That's not something that I have had troubles with in the past. But I'm wondering if that is what I am now experiencing, because they're just like, this screen is really large. and they're not that far away from me. Maybe I can move back a little bit. And so I'm wondering if that's what's causing the troubles. And maybe not even the distance to the monitor, but rather the resolution of it. For those who do not know, I don't know why I'm stumbling on my words. For those who don't know, the monitor I've been using is an old TV, and when I say old, I mean old. It is very hard to read. They're not designed for fine print, and I'm wondering if my brain has been like struggling to try and figure out what the words are. But it doesn't matter anymore because we got a new monitor. It arrived! It didn't finally arrive. I'm paid for the speedy delivery. So my new monitor is so nice. I'm so happy with it. It looks great. It looks great. And every time I try and put anything that was on this monitor on that monitor, it looks so much better. It looks so good. So that's basically what we're going to test today to see if you guys can see things on the monitor and how that all works out. So I'm a happy girl. I might even get another one, maybe, to replace this one because it has been very difficult. I have seen all the comments, Fact Universe. I'm just on rant mode and not reading them, you see. Do you want me to just pause and like not say anything and wait for comments? Is that what you would like for me? Fake AI made this? I guess so. We don't have to fake anymore. They don't deserve it. I feel like you need a giant LEC sign. Remind me what an LEC sign is. Is that the one that has the neons? Is that the one? Stream is AI slop makes sense. Why are you guys corroborating this? Has it ever crossed your mind that no one wants to hear a woman talk for hours? Yes, actually, it has crossed my mind many times. And how do I counteract that? I do it anyway. Because I figure I may as well do it for me, and you know, I must be wrong if people turn up day after day. So that's how it is. But the other counteract is I don't think that people want to hear a man talk for hours either. So it's like it's not really about a gender, I guess. It's just about people in general. And so I just go, well, if I'm talking to no one, then I may as well continue to do what I'm doing. And then I get proven wrong when people turn up. And like I said, it's the other counter is that it's not really a gendered thing. Clem is genuine and not being fake. Thank you. Fake it to make it. Hi, Evergees. How you going? I'm over here single-handedly keeping the YouTube chat alive. We've got the vertical YouTube chat as well. We're still learning our system, you know. My checked bag got left behind in Brussels. No. Are they able to send it to you? Are they able to still send it at least home back to New Zealand? Deadly anomalies, dangerous mutants, anarchists, and bandits. None of them will stop duty in its triumphant march towards saving the planet. The world fears the zone's expansion. Join duty. I'm doing my part. Hi, Lisa. How you going? Yeah, new toys is just the monitor. Put your glasses on, girl. It's not the glasses. It's the terrible screen. I tell you what. Because if it were a glasses issue, then I would have had headaches in the past. It's not, I swear, unless I'm just getting old. It is like the CRT TV, exactly. It's not exactly, but it is almost exactly. I can't take pain meds anymore. I had an addiction back in the day, so now I just have to raw dog headaches. That is the worst thing I've ever heard. I feel like that is actually, I couldn't. I genuinely couldn't. I need my headache tablets, but I'm not one who has struggled with addiction. I'm sorry that you went through that. At least you know, and we're able to walk away from that, I guess. So you had headaches, maybe take a few days off to see if the monitors are causing it. Exactly. So I took the last 2 days off, 1 to set up the monitor, 2 because I had a splitting headache when I woke up, but I was working on them, so I can't corroborate or figure out whether or not that it is causing them because I need to have a day where I don't look at the screens whatsoever. Sinus or even slightly cold air gives me migraines. I have had a lot of fluctuating weather temperatures, so that could be there as well. No, I'm just on a 2-monitor setup, Kiwi Man. They've decided that the problem stems from reading digital text in low light. Over time, it actually causes the shape of your corneas to change and to try and compensate why everyone is losing their close-up vision. Damn. I guess it is a lot darker in here than it was in my old setup. Maybe that's what it is. Is this a hostage video? No. Anyhow, you should turn on more light. Well, once I buy some lights, that could be the way. I've got an AOC monitor. In answer to that, Ian. So no excuses on missing chats after that. Well, I'm not missing them. I'm just slow to read them. The horrific thing you're seeing on the monitor is your reflection. Ah! The new screen will make it worse. That's hilarious. I love it. Thanks for the light stacks. I need to understand if you get acknowledged as a gift. I don't know why she talks to me, but I am thankful. Bless, bless. Do a flip. I already did one a few weeks ago. I've been paying for it ever since. You are AI. It is correct. If you don't want to hear someone talk for hours, don't watch streams. Exactly. It's like, what are we doing here? I'm well, Dr. Conscience. I am well. I was going to say I am recovering from a headache, and then I was like, I don't know if I should bother with this, but I hope you are well. If I could go anywhere in space, I would definitely go to Saturn because of all the rings. I feel like it would be really cool up close. Well, I suppose you can't land on Saturn, but it would be pretty badass to be close to it. I wonder if you could stay warm. You are very beautiful. Thank you, Azza. Thank you. Humanity is pushing 8 grams. Where was this? Of plastic in their brains. It's like a double overdose. Damn it. I'm from Mars. Wow. I feel like you're the only person from Mars. So that is a very, very intriguing thing about you. Hi, Cody Cameron. Hi, Anwar. I just here for the pretty face and smile. Thank you. Hi, Fayez. I'm from the UK. Oh, my goodness. I'm from New Zealand, but I just moved to the UK. So I am in your country. Are you an old lady? Oh, are you an old lady? Wait, no, you are an old lady. Almost. I've still got another couple months. Can you please get micro bangs and a bob? No, I don't think I would suit bangs. I would consider a bob. I actually do think I would suit a bob, admittedly. I think I would go okay with short hair, but I like long hair, so not anytime soon. Not anytime soon. Maybe one day. This is really out of pocket, but you're positively glowing. Thank you. That's really sweet. I really do appreciate that. Bye, Fact Universe. She's already got them. She left them in her other overalls. Yes, exactly. I just shoop, shoop, shoop. No, I don't say no. Do actually any Australians say oh no? Oh no. Oh no. I'm trying to think of an Australian accent. Anyway, I say, oh no. So you can be the judge on if I have an Australian accent. I shouldn't because I'm not Australian, but nonetheless. High class setup. Thank you. I'm still building on it. It's lacking some lights, but we're getting there. Can you please punch yourself in the nuggets until you're bored? I can't pick your accent. That's because it's a bit of an amalgamation of a whole bunch of things. It'd be really warm during re-entry. Okay, I'm not gonna. I know you were talking about space because it is like really big, but the phrasing of that, it wasn't just me, right? It wasn't just me. Hi, Skywalker. Clem will never be an old lady, for I will always be older. That's, I'll take that. When the Artemis crew got back, they did a press conference and the general consensus was the best part of the trip was getting back to Earth. All one needs to know of space travel, so it's not worth it. Got it. Understood. Got it. Yeah, I like my long hair as well. Blink twice if we need to rescue you. I've blinked several times, so it's fine, guys. It's fine. Kath and Kim, look at me. Oh, no. No. Yeah, I could see it. I'm doing well, Jay. How are you? No, Australians say, yeah, nah, yeah. Nah, yeah. Robert's got a chance. Lucky Uncle Bob. It is a scary place. It is indeed. Oh, no, I think I heard Emmy Cherry say it once and she's Australia, but does it sound like, oh, no? I think Cleo, get your mind out of the gutter. Never. Nice smile. Thank you. That's really kind. I know you were talking about Saturn, but it just anyhow. However, I wanted to bring it on back to the compliment from Quokka about being glowing. I don't feel like I'm glowing because I'm still recovering from this headache, and hopefully we'll see after today how it goes. This is another test. It's all about the testing. Testing my brain, testing the monitor, testing. But I think another reason why I might be seeming positive is because I genuinely do have so much to feel good about. I was catching up with a friend just yesterday, and they asked how I'm doing, how my move is, and I was like, I just feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. And that is such a wonderful feeling after making such a big move. For those who don't know, I am from the North Island Possum. I'm from the North Island of New Zealand, but I am now living in the UK and in the south of the UK. And to have done such a massive move and to feel like I did the right thing is a very comforting feeling, and I'm just happy. I think that might be what is coming through. Tomato. Does size matter? Of course it does. Does size matter? Saying tomato made me say mater. Of course size matters. Like, I just got myself a 27-inch monitor just 2 days ago. If I only got like a 18-inch monitor, it wouldn't be very good now, would it? Of course size matters. Do you know what else matters? Context. Anyhow, Earth has rings of trash. Yeah, but that's our fault, you know. That's our fault. Feel good about drank Red Bull right before this. Nummy num 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 num. I haven't had a Red Bull, I want to say, in like 8 years. It's not my thing. Not my thing. Glowing maybe she's pregnant? No, that's not possible. Nice try, but no. Stop playing, you know, life makes us beautiful. That's actually genuinely so lovely. X from New Zealand as well. Hi to Mike. Kia ora. Welcome. It's good to have you here then. I'm from Hamilton originally. You can tell why I left. Haha. No, you know what? I'm gonna stop shitting on Hamilton. Today's the day I turn around. Hamilton is a beautiful city. It has a gorgeous river running through the entirety of it that makes it super lush, and there are trees everywhere. And you know what? They're not number one chlamydia central in New Zealand. That went to Rotorua a few years back. So none of that. I like Hamilton. I like going back at least. Yeah, North Island, exactly right. I'm in Bora Bora. I'm not familiar where Bora Bora is, sorry, Grady. So feel free to let me know whereabouts that is. I saw the Millie Mini. You mean this mini that I brought out so that I could talk about it, because I do have some gremlins on my shoulder and Millie is one of them. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that too. The glow is just a reflection of the halo above your head. Yeah, that's just a really crappy light. 18 inches isn't enough for Clem. Yes, I need that full 27. For whatever reason, I've been seeing a lot of videos that have been turning up where it's like 12 inches. Do you know how big 12 inches is? Like, who are we kidding? This is too big. And I'm like, finally, someone is saying the things that I have said in the past. Last night we were at the bowling alley until about 7:30. Long, ridiculous alibi. Yes, exactly. Yes, Eric Cartman. We were indeed at the bowling alley. Lake Taupo region? No, more north than Lake Taupo. Unless you're saying that's where you're from. Sorry, Kat. Context, indeed. Can you fake an accent? Which one? Hi, Alex. How you going? I do apologize. We only speak English over here. I have a very small TV. That's okay, as long as you're happy with it. Don't be jealous, okay? Clem thought Hamilton was a terrible city. Then she went to Southampton, exactly. You're so pretty, you're so kind, thank you. Yeah, the Hamilton jokes. Poor Hamilton, you know. Hamilton has two great things in it. You call them mom and dad. That's actually really sweet. I love that. I have a 6-inch screen. I guess so do I. Yeah, like 6 inches okay. 6-inch acceptable. Need to Buxton and Matlock? I don't know what those words are. She said she has chlamydia. You guys heard it here. That's exactly what I said, because people are very good at listening. Thank you for being sure to use your ears. Hey, James lives in Rotorua. And am I at risk at chlamydia? Well, it is, or at least it was a few years back, #1 city for highest rates of chlamydia. Although, that being said, I don't know if it's per capita or just sheer amount. But I also don't know the population of Rotorua. But I'm going to say yes, you're at risk unless you're not having sex. And that's only for you to now answer on whether or not you are at risk of getting chlamydia. But that's none of our business, okay? I'm just putting it out there. Since you're no longer shitting on Hamilton, Melbourne can take its place. It could. If I could shit on Melbourne. Like, Melbourne's such a great city. I actually genuinely do believe this. I think that Melbourne is a nice city. Oh, Fiji Islands. That makes sense. Thank you, Grady. Watch her fake accent. Which one? Which one? Awesome accent. Thank you, Colin. That's really kind. No, Melbourne's a great city. Do recommend if you guys want to find somewhere to live. I don't know what to shit on other than maybe the weather, but like, I live in the UK. I can't really complain about another city's weather when I live in the UK now. Have a great day, Possum. Thank you so much. Same corporation makes monitors, headache medicine, and YouTube. It's all connected. That's like 15 inches. What do you mean? Cute. Nice eyes. Thank you. But you are fake. True. But that is why I have nice eyes, because they're all, made to be aesthetically pleasing. I don't know, man. I started trying to run with that, and I was like, I don't really want to call my eyes like practically perfect in every way, because that's just not how I feel. But nonetheless, don't forget you saved a life when you were last there. Oh, in Hamilton. Yeah, that's what makes Hamilton maybe not so great if people are needing saving. I'm Rembo. Hi, Rembo. I think it's Palmy now. Yeah, that would make sense. Buxton and Matlock are an alternative route you could have taken when heading south from Stockport. There we go. I mean, I haven't been driving, so I wouldn't know. No fake original. Yes, sir. The mini is great. Painting is next week, all right? We're getting together next week to paint them. Oh, come on, camera. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Okay, well, that was embarrassing. I know that you did it last time. There we go. I love her. I've got a better photo in the Discord. I'm so happy. Must be Rotorua Girls High, surely. That's where all the STDs are. That's kind of what we used to say about Hamilton Girls High. Or maybe Sacred Heart. Anyway. It does not matter. Performance only matters. Based. Hi, Calm. Good to see you. Hi, Liminal Spaces. She said she has fake eyes. Yes, you heard it here. You read everybody else. Skip that by what? Skip that by what? Hi, Felicia. I guess you have to rent an American movie to figure that one out. Hit Friday. Your words don't make sense to me, but I'm sure they have meaning. You're good at this bullshit. Thank you, Cable. I think. Make like a forward and focus. I love it. It is very dark, but next week it will be painting day. The Webb telescope found an American football-shaped planet. That's crazy. I thought they were all spheres. Whoa. This is where you need the mic stand. Yes, I need to set it up. Also, I figured out that when I play video games again, I need the mic stand. So it will be done. But until then, I'm enjoying my casual podcast style of chatting. There's a punk band from Melbourne called King Parrot that was opening for, I don't know, GWAR. Anyway, fun hearing him switch from the screaming to normal Aussie. That is quite cute. Have you done mini painting before? Only one, so I will be learning a new skill. It was the only mini painting I did was a free one at a convention, so I will have to find that. But it is, not one that I'm familiar with. I did see the puppy pics. They're so adorable, Ninja. They're so freaking cute. Happy 30th birthday, Miss Anya Taylor-Joy. Oh my gosh, is it her birthday today? She shares a birthday with a school friend of mine. I actually woke up and I was like, jeepers, I must remember to message them. Anya Taylor-Joy. 16th of... Oh my god! Yeah, I have a friend who's born on the exact same day as Anya Taylor-Joy. It's not Anya Taylor-Joy, I'd just like to make that clear. It's someone from New Zealand. But nonetheless, happy birthday, Miss Taylor-Joy. That is very exciting. I guess you don't read 4 sentences is more. I get it, you're a speed reader. Oh, I'm definitely not a speed reader. Trust me, she doesn't have herpes. That's great. Seahawks, hi Kiefer. We hooked up. I'm so sorry, I don't remember. Mustn't have been a very memorable kiss, or I was incapacitated, and in that case, we shouldn't have hooked up, and that's on you, baby. Let me paint them teeth, as long as it can come off again. Even in the dark, you look good. Thank you. Some might say especially in the dark. Thank you for the resub, Ponzu. Much appreciated. Oh, silent, but I appreciate it. Stoic, you know. Isn't Earth an oblique sphere? You know more than I do. Compliments just picking on you. I may have not caught up with that one. What favorite animal? My favorite animal is the red panda. They're so freaking adorable. I love them. Loki, it's funny, but who's that behind you? I refuse to look behind me because I don't want to be afraid. You have a great personality and I'm embarrassed. Please forgive me. Disregard that. I'm just saying I understand. Thank you, the man. I appreciate that. You're good at this nonsense. Thank you, Cable. Thank you. You know people's birthdays? I only know mine. My mom's and America's. No, I just know, like, do I? I don't know. I'm pretty good with birthdays, I guess. I just don't know people to know the birthdays of. Bro, chill. I'm chill. Oblate spheroid is the one, says Killer Grunt, for what Earth is. Hi, Soham. How you going? What's up? I got a new monitor. I'm a happy girl. They're actually doing a great job. Thank you. The speed you can read is wrong. Wrong? What do you mean wrong? But anyway, well, remarkable. Thank you. I don't feel like I read very fast. I feel like I'm always very behind chat, but I am working on it, I guess. Next week's task, deal with X-Computer. I have. See, Mama, I messaged Twitch. I'm waiting for a response. Let's see. Checking, downloading. No. Okay. Nope. Oh, wait. Yes. Partner help. Oh. Reasons may include you do not meet the count requirement. Why wouldn't I? That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. You do not meet the subscription count requirement to be eligible for a new... Huh? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, I will look into that properly offline. So I did try to give X-Computer a bot account, a subscription account, but apparently they're saying that I cannot. But anyhow, I'll see why. Anywho, my favorite animal is a snow leopard, but red pandas are great, hey. Can you do a bark like a dog and meowing like a cat? I can, but I won't. Hi, Adrian. Hi, Daniel. I never shut up about my favorite animal. That's because they're so goddamn based. Snow leopards, the best animal. Snow leopards are very cute. Melbourne Zoo, talking about Melbourne again, just got 4 snow leopard cubs and they are adorable. So if you are in the Melbourne area, go to Melbourne Zoo. There are snow leopard cubs there. Kittens, cubs. I've just realized I don't know what the baby version of a snow leopard is. But there are 4 of them at the Melbourne Zoo. Red pandas are the redheads of the animal world, and I don't mean that they have no soul. Leave my red pandas alone. Fast reader, slow answerer. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Clem's behind chat. Just where I should be, you know. You're not a count? A group of flamingos is a flamboyant. That's badass. A flamboyant of flamingos. I like it. A flamboyant of flamingos, as they should be. Yes, yeah, I like the dark flying shoe bill. It's very cool. Can you bark like a dog, please? Is funny. No. It's a bit rough for me to do. Hilarious. Hi Richie, how you going? Technically not Australian though. I'm sorry to disappoint. Am New Zealander. Sydney is better. Pfft, get out of here. Get out of here, Richie. Get out of here. Long-tail cat, such as the snow leopard. How's the head? It's okay. If that's not too personal of a question. Yeah, it's okay, you know. Like, it's not great, but it does, I mean, it's fine. You just gotta be happy in the moment, right? I have a pigeon that walks across my balcony railing. It looks at me like there is monkeys living in the cliffs. Are there monkeys living in the cliffs? Are you Jewish? I am not Jewish. They did say, please, manners cost nothing. Group of panda is called an embarrassment. Is it actually? That checks out being my favorite animal then. You got jokes? Not really, no. Not really. Close enough. Thank you, Richie. A lot of people try and continue the rivalry between Australia and New Zealand, but we all know it's not real. Clem's ahead of the chat, always will be? Nope. Nope, definitely not. Never, ever. The football planet object might have been the remnants of a star that was eaten by a pulsar. Space is scary and crazy, and it hurts my head to think about it. And I already had a sore head, but in actual answer to how's my headache, it's okay today. But yesterday I woke up and it was just like behind the eye, almost full blown migraine. So I just took my time in the morning. And that calmed down. It didn't go into a full migraine. And then I was fine until I finished up on my computer. And so I'm thinking that it might be like a monitor, like looking at the monitor issue. But we'll find out after this episode, shall we? You Kiwi? I am, yes. But I don't live in New Zealand anymore. A group of butterflies is called a kaleidoscope. That's so beautiful. I love that. What that mouth do? Talk mainly. Love the red hair. Thank you. I hope you're well, Jemiah. Peak Wildlife Park does a red panda experience. I've never done one, and it pains me. It is a goal of mine to do a red panda experience. I want to touch the red panda, and I want to feed it. Anyway, you can get a behind-the-scenes tour of the enclosure. I will have to look into this. My favorite animal or pet is dog and wolf. That's adorable. Space is dope, but it's also scary. Things can be scary and dope at the same time. Look at women, for example. You know? Wait. If a group of pandas is an embarrassment, they failed majorly. They could have called them a pandarrassment. Ha ha ha. See, I don't need the jokes. I have you guys to do the jokes for me. I like it. Pamelo, hopefully you can get some rest at Gisela. Don't feel like you have to chat. I know that sleeps, etc., etc. Just turn upside down and shake your head back and forth. It works. No, thank you. I was thinking, I messaged the moderators yesterday when I was dying, and I said that the cavemen actually did have...
I'm doing my part.
The cavemen did have some good ideas, like cracking open your skull. I feel like that would have been nice. If anyone's willing to help out with that one. Do I have any pets? I do not have any pets. I used to have a doggy, but I moved overseas, and so she lives somewhere else now with my ex. But I still get puppy pictures of her. She's adorable. Like a magnetar. I don't know what a magnetar is. Hello from Buffalo. The only thing I know about Buffalo is Buffalo. I'm sure you get that a lot. And if you don't, I'm so sorry. Damn, Malgath active. You can literally see how active it is right now. Does it grip tighter than a boa constrictor? No. Very loose, as you can see. Very, very loose as my chatting goes. Greetings from Turkey. Hello. A group of trolls is called a cringe. That's cute. I like it. Can you bark like a big dog? No, I'm more of a yappy little dog, you know. Hi, Mo. Yes, that is me. Hi. How's your day going? I mean, it's just started. I woke up, I stayed in bed for half an hour, and then I thought, okay, I should probably get ready for stream, hey. Clem wants to be cracked open. You heard it here. I am caveman. Oh, well, you just had some good ideas. The mod suggested that I use a drill instead of cracking it open, but I just need some assistance. Is there a Pokemon page for collective nouns like a battery of Pikachu? What if we made one? What if we did it? What if we were the creators and arbiters of the collective nouns for Pokemon? We could turn it into short form content, and I don't know that maybe someone will send me free Pokemon cards or something. That would be cool. Working on your material, you'll have people lining up in no time, or lining up even. That's my bad. I didn't read it correctly. Like, that's very funny, and I ruined it, and I'm so sorry. I really ruined that joke. It's unraveling quickly. Oh, goodness gracious me. Moving on. No heart, you left your doggy. Yeah, my heart has been broken since then, so that's why. An ambush of tiger cubs. An ambush? No. Giant pandas are no longer endangered for now. I did see this good news. Isn't that wonderful? It's good to see you as well, Night Warrior. Cold here in winter, a lot of nice clubs and restaurants. Nice. If you're thinking like a caveman, just get a big rock. That's what I'm thinking. I just love being a dummy at random for no good reason. Isn't it nice? Can you meow for us? That I can. Okay. I shan't do the dog barking, but I shall do a meow. Oh, that was not as good as I usually do. Hold on. That was better. I'm happy with that one. I'm happy with the second one. Why is chat so horny? Because it's YouTube. Why don't you bark like a tree? It's a little bit windy today. Welly represent! Hell yeah, I'm from Hamilton in the North Island, Ice Tom. We've got Sea Mama who's from Wellington though. Maybe you've walked past each other in the street one time and didn't know each other, probably. A garden of Bulbasaur. That's cute. That's cute. We need someone like you in my island. I don't think that I'm young enough, to be honest. Oops. Wait, I said the... Sometimes I filter my thoughts, but that one I feel bad now. Anywho, are you a transformer? I wish that would be great. I could just like roll on out of here at any moment. That would be awesome, you know. I'm about to grab pizza and beers. Nice. Hello on YouTube. The animal noises seem like they should be behind a paywall. Right! That's why I was like, I won't do the doggy, but I was pretty proud of my cat. So, are you AI? I hope not, because otherwise, if I am, then I'm going to have a lot of existential crisis. I need only one friend for a long time. Sometimes that's all you need, you know. Love your accent. Who is your favorite Beatle? My favorite Beatle. Ooh, Ringo Starr, just because I think that that's a fun name to say, that it doesn't go deeper than that. Also, because I can only remember one other, and I can't remember all of their names. So, are you transgender? Not that I'm aware of. Make like a tree and leaf. Wait, yeah, go leaf. See you later, Citrusella. Say joke. Me. Ah. You are part cat. Thank you. Maybe they ran into the bridge together. Adorable. Bottle water in it. Indeed. Hi, Sahid. Good to see you. Wellywood friend. Yes, over on YouTube. It puts the lotions on the skin, doesn't it? Why don't you make like a tree and get the fuck out of here? We must watch the Boondock Saints at some point. I saw your thumbnail and thought it was stand up. Then I saw the title. Yeah, it's not great. We're working on it, Pooper. We're working on it. Trolls need to make like a tree and leave. It's a good one. Girl, will you marry me? Sorry, I don't plan on getting married to anyone. So if you're around, we could like hang out maybe, but marriage is not on the table. It does kind of look like AI. Does it really? I'll take that. What, genuinely, when people are like, this is AI, I can't tell if they're being honest or not. I can't tell if people are just saying that as like a thing where it's like they just claim everything's AI, or if they actually think I look like AI. Because if I actually look like AI, like I'm not gonna lie, that's a compliment. Have you seen all of the AI girls? I'm just saying, if I'm being popped into that, then I'm like, I'm taking that compliment. If you're looking for a game with animal noises, you might check out My Voice Zoo. It is what it sounds like. You record you doing the voices of all the animals at your zoo. That sounds amazing, and I'm sad I haven't played it already. Stag Beetle's a good one. I like it. George is always the right answer. I didn't know there was a George. That's my bad. Look, I like the Scarab Beetle as well. However, the problem is that they did write Beetle with an A, so I do have to go for the actual band rather than Beatles with two E's. Like, if they had spelt Beetle with two E's, I'd be on your side there. Beatles are not that good. I'm not going to disagree with you. I think that they paved the way for boy bands, and I think some of their songs are good and some of them aren't, and I think they're a lot better singers, but the beautiful thing about the bands of that era is that they actually played all of the instruments rather than having unsung heroes in the background who don't get any of the FaceTime, you know? Anyhow. Prove you're not AI? How does one do that? If I don't even know if I'm not AI, how can I prove to others that I'm not AI, you know? Hi, Blue. I hope you're well. Yeah, YouTube's been all right. Ladybirds are cute. I like this. Are they considered beetles? Beautiful beetles? I didn't know that. Dung beetle, also true. Hi, Hula. It's George. Well, today I learned. Good morning from Sweden. Hi, Tommy. Where's this accent from? It is a mix of a whole bunch of accents. I'm originally from New Zealand, but I never had a very strong New Zealand accent. And then I got braces behind my teeth, so I didn't have the train tracks. And then my tongue was constantly grating against my braces and getting ulcers, so I had to change how I spoke. So I started speaking very particularly. And then I moved to Australia and I tried to do an acting course. And so from there, I learned more British accents and also American accents. So sometimes I say like weird with extra R on the R. And that is why I also have the occasional Aussie twang, but I don't think I sound like an Australian personally. That is the answer. The answer is I don't know. I just sound odd. I'm kind of dumb and I lit water on fire. I don't think that's dumb. I think that you should be a scientist. That's very impressive. The fact that you were able to do that, you should do more experiments. What the heck? George was in a scene in Life of Brian. Okay, George is the answer then. I understand now. I have learned. If we're around, we could hang out. If you are around. If we're working out to be not round, well, we can't hang out then. I don't want to be hanging out with people who are more fit than I am. It's intimidating rather than inspiring, all right? Mariah the Scientist. I'm not familiar with them. Sorry, Tom Brown. Is being AI compliment these days? Clanker's taken over. Well, I think it is if you're looking like AI, you know. Don't say that on the internet. Sorry. Oh, the background looks like AI, maybe? Anyway, I think that people just like slapping AI on things and don't really know what that means. But hello, Mo. Hello. I think it's the lighting. Okay. The bricks. I guess you don't see a lot of people hanging out in front of bricks, and so that might be what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I can't pretend to put my brain in someone else's thoughts. Do they mean new or old AI? Because new AI looks good. Exactly. That's why I said it's a compliment, you know? A galaxy of starfish. That's cute. I like that one if it's true. Clementine, my AI girlfriend. There we go. It's all figured out. I'm just here to be the AI girlfriend. Hello, honey. What ails you today? You look like AI because your hair is too greasy. Oh, it's all like all of the oils. No, but that's a robot, not AI. Don't be silly. They're different. You end up with 50 furries wanting to sit in a litter box with my meowing, maybe? Can I charge them rent? Maybe look, we're thinking of this like a bad thing instead of like something we can use to our advantage. If I charge them rent, and if I only charge them like $5 each a week, as long as I don't have to feed them, you know. Will Smith eating spaghetti is so confusing as a measurement for how good AI looks. I can't believe that that's the benchmark now. Isn't it funny? Hell is ready and something. AI distorts reality. So is that what the implication is? I'm distorting your reality. Because I'm so sorry if that's the case. It must be very discombobulating, you know. I think that if you have the paper, then you have the paper. Like cash money. Pave the way for boy bands. That's the cruelest put down I heard. I didn't say that it was a compliment for the Beatles. I said it as a fact, okay? Do you have 6 fingers? I do, actually. I have more than 6 fingers. Good morning, Milton, and hello, Raiders. How you going? Ooh, do you actually have a riddle? We used to do riddles every single day over here. So if you have one, then it would be that would be very cool for you to be able to share. I am from New Zealand. That is correct. Thank you for the shout out to Riddlemeister. Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful stream. I'm sure with the Riddlemeister, you absolutely did. If you guys are not familiar with me, my name is Clementine. You can call me Clem. I am a just chatting streamer, and I sit here and I chat. And that's me. Oh, thank you, Ponzu. That's really kind. If you need to raid and fade, go do your thing. Yeah, you gotta do your thing.
I'm doing my part.
Thank you for doing your part. But I do appreciate the raid. I hope you've been well. It's good to have you here. And anyone who is hanging out, we don't really have a plan for today. I have to test if things are working with my brand new toy. I got a new monitor, so hopefully I can play games again after like 6 months of not playing any on my live stream. So it'll be good fun to see if that works. But welcome. I choose you, Clementine. I love Pokemon, so thank you. I can't unsee how you're gripping the mic. Would you like me to grip it differently? I can do like a T pinky up. Is that better? Is it waxed? My microphone? Probably. I don't know. Maybe not. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, my darling. That should be a movie title. It's a very depressing song if you ever hear the whole of it. I just want to say a quick hi. Thank you, Silva. Thank you. Are you single? Well, I am sitting here in front of a brick wall, so you can be the judge. I've got my pinky up holding my microphone, so I subject myself to the pain and torture of going live. I don't know why I said it's painful and torturous. I love going live. I think it's so fun. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, you can be a judge of these things. You should put on a leather jacket. I would if I had one. That'd be awesome. That'd be great. Okay, before the raid, I just wanted to see if there's anything else to catch up. Are you in Oz? I am not in Oz. I'm in the UK, Milton. So I used to live in Australia, but I am now in UK. Too many spiders in Australia. That's where I live. No, there's not enough spiders. Everyone's like, oh, the spiders, the snakes, so scary, so scary. And I'm like, but where? Where are they? Where? Okay. The Beatles were so good because of the amount of great and different music they put out in such a short amount of time. Yeah, they just kept on like pumping it, you know. Want to know how I know Clem is an AI? Simply she told us and I believe her. Thank you. And believe in her. Thank you. That's very cute. That's so cute. Farlap thief. Well, I like to think that Australia tries to claim me as well with how many people call me Australian. It's like another thing. Pavlova, Farlap, ex-Clementine, you know, Australia trying to steal it all. They can keep Russell Crowe, though. I was thinking about braces the other day. I'm pretty sure people who get them end up having stronger upper lip control, a lot of trying to maneuver around them. Well, I didn't have the train track, so I don't know if that will be applicable to me, because I wouldn't have had to, like, I wouldn't have because I didn't have them here, so I wouldn't have had to work around them. That's why my accent's so funny, because it was my tongue. So I have a lot of tongue control, I guess. She's just so amazing. She must be computer generated. Thank you. Hi, Wivy. And no daughter of mine is gonna date no filthy clanker. Damn, Wirebacks are taking all our jobs. How could anyone like these dirty number names? They're cute, you know? It's just like,
I'm
oh,
doing my part.
little numerical sequence. When are you starting the material? Ouch, but fair. I do not have an OnlyFans Dexter Morgan, but thanks for
I'm doing
outing
my
yourself
part.
as someone who would watch, I guess. I think it's because you got good camera quality and angle. Ah, well, I don't have good lighting, so that's one. Love your outfit. Thank you, Silver. Thank you, thank you. If they turned my mom's sister into a robot, would she be my android? That's funny. Women aren't funny? Well, that's a shame. Here I was thinking that we'd be able to prove something, but I guess I'll just have to sit here and talk instead of be funny. That's what my mum was trying to tell me this whole time. He's lame and claimed to answer them instead, but never does answer them for the riddles. That's so funny, hippiness. Oh, that's okay. We've gotten past our riddle era, but God, it was a good time. I really don't know why I'm here, Ms. Clem. I really wanted to cancel my meeting later at 10 a.m. and it's 2 a.m. What should I do? It's called a circle of connection. I think just like sit on the couch and stare at a wall. I know that sounds really counterintuitive, but it's good for our brains to be bored. It's good for us to switch off. And if you have nothing to consume, it helps your brain be bored. So maybe give that a go at some point. I guess it's like a form of meditation. How do you do that with your voice? I don't know what I did, Union Ash. I was finishing something about to click shutdown when I read this. I had better control before braces because of part of my orthodontics. I cut out part of that thing between the two front teeth and that attaches to the lip. Ah, yeah, the thing here. Huh. Thanks for sharing, Citrusella. But go to bed! Comedy equals saying things while pretending to laugh. You're not wrong. Okay, I'm gonna just make my tea in the meantime. It's cold! Remind me to not brew my tea at the beginning of streams these days, because until I get a stand for my mic again, because it just goes cold. Okay, catching up. You're not funny. I am funny. I know funny. It's not you. Well, can you teach me? Is that a possibility? What are we doing here? We're just chatting. We're just hanging out, getting told that we're not funny, and we're, just bouncing back and forth between people. Looks like you're at a Starbucks. It does look very coffee aesthetic, hey? Give me time and it'll look even more like coffee. It's my birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sativa. Happy birthday to you. Anyhow. Okay, try holding it above your head like a boxing announcer. And in the red corner, it's me. That would be pretty cool. If I had like a hook on the ceiling. I don't know how easily you can hear me though. I kind of love it. I do kind of love it. And then we can like I don't want to mess with it too much, but that would be very cool. I like it. Aside from the blurry of the reality that many people are recognizing in the dissemination of AI video, is there anything inherently negative or harmful in watching video that has been produced by AI? I think that the argument that a lot of people use is that it is taking away from artists, and it's not so much that it is taking away that opportunity now, but if people will continue to use AI as opposed to reaching out to other artists to create things, and that's where it's harming an industry. But I honestly do not have a very good answer for you outside of that. I suppose a lot of people consider art something that is built off experiences, and so how does AI build something off experiences? I think that there are a lot of things that AI can be used for and will be used for, and so finding the ethical balance is all we can really try and do. But I will be very honest. I don't really know. I've tried to think about it. A lot of people are just so vehemently against AI, no matter what. It is just a blanket, like no AI. And I don't really know my stance. I've thought about it a lot because it's been years of AI.
I'm doing my part.
And I still don't know. Hi from Oregon. Hi. What I will say though is yesterday,
I'm doing my part.
when I was doing just some offline things, setting things up, I asked the moderators if we have anything that's kind of robotic looking.
I'm doing my part.
Thank you for doing your part. If anything was robotic looking, and so Nine Fox has helped make a little what's it called? Edited robot clementine fruit for us. But I was like, you know what? I'm kind of curious how good a job AI would do at making a robot version of my little emotes. And I was absolutely blown away at how amazing a job it did at creating like a cyborg emote. So much so that I said, and I can show the mod chat logs. I said I cannot in good conscience use this publicly and commercially because basically I gave my artists work to this AI and they are not, my artist is now not getting any credit for that. And so I chose not to use it because I felt like it was more ethical to not use the AI edited emote, even if it looked amazing. And it was crazy how good it was just from one singular prompt. But like I said, it just didn't feel ethical to use that commercially, I suppose. So I am going to get my artists to create their own version of a little cyborg emote because I think that will be cute for Xcomputer. And that is because I felt like that was taking away work from my artists, and also it was stealing my artist's work to create something new. So that's how I currently look at AI in art, is taking away the jobs of other artists. And we see that with development and industry in plenty of fields, but I think that we just got to do what we can to keep it ethical. That kind of AI request is very light work. Yes, yeah. Well, I never really used AI other than for silly things on stream every now and again. So I didn't realize just how far it's come. I guess it's very impressive. Merry Christmas. Okay, I'm very far behind, so I'm going to just try and read all of these things. Calamity Clementine, can you put your hair over one shoulder? If I must. There you go. Trump great leader? Well, a lot of people think so. Pokeriddle from Reddit. I start as an egg, small and round, hatching into a creature that's always unbound. I'm full of energy with sparks and lightning, a powerful force always striking. Who am I? I will wait, how do I copy this? Okay, I'll save that. There we go. Last big hug, thank you, Silver. Pretty sure he wasn't talking about the mic. What? He wasn't talking about the mic when it came to waxing? What a surprise. Come back to Australia. I plan to for PAX Australia. Can you tuck your hair behind one ear? The same ear? There you go. Do you have a mic stand? I do, but it is in my box of things that I sent from Australia, so I still haven't set it up, but I will probably do that tonight. I just switched side, screw you, portrait viewers. Yeah, we got the horizontal version. It's much nicer. Clementine, my Aussie, New Zealand, UK AI girlfriend. We can surely add a few more tags to that, you know. Are the menacing spiders and snakes only in Central Australia? Yeah, exactly. It's in the outback, as they say, or the bush. And so if you live where there's a lot of trees, then you might get some. But anyhow, yeah, that tongue control. Hi, Cassidy. Women also don't exist. It is commonly known fact. I'm a woman and I'm almost as funny as Clem. You're very funny, Cassidy. Don't you worry about that. Greetings and salutations, SpongeBob. Brickwall background is a vibe. Thank Thank you. Yeah, that's why I chose to put all of my stuff up here because I really like the brick wall, but I don't know how to decorate it. What's 14 times 15? Like 210 maybe? Yeah, that sounds right. Is it? Is it actually? I figured 15 squared is 225. So minus 15 is 210. Yeah. There, yeah. Yeah. But I wouldn't have known that if I didn't know 15 squared off the top of my head. So it wasn't that impressive. It was just because I already knew 15 squared. You have the Viking Princess vibe. Thank you. Sister of Asmongold. This is not the first or last time I will hear it. But at least you said Sister of Asmongold instead of you look like Asmongold. I think that I do prefer being the hotter sibling. I mean, sorry, what? What? I mean, everyone is attractive in their own way, but sometimes you can be the hotter sibling, okay? Hi Kelpie. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. 10 a.m. meeting is pretty late. It do be a little bit late at 2 a.m. Can you tell me a tampon joke? I would, but it's like stuck up there somewhere, and I just can't get it out. I don't know, man. I meant I need to sleep and take the pill, and it's still here and got caught up with Ms. Mouthpiece from Jujitsu. Frontline Jujitsu. Ooh, that sounds very fun. What are the tampons saying to the butthole? You are the wind beneath my strings. That's funny. That is funny. I like that. It's also trained on art. This is for AI. Those artists weren't paid and didn't give permission. Exactly. So that's why I am not using the AI art. More over there, but the UI annoys me, so screw them. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough, Dom. Why are tampons so rude? Because they're stuck up cunts. Hilarious. AI mostly steals its content plus the environmental impact. Oh, I forget about the environmental impact. Yes, I think that the same with internet and service and storage and whatnot. A lot of us forget what it costs to run and operate these things. Same with like Bitcoin and whatnot, right? It does have the environmental impact. I do forget about this. Thank you for the reminder, Toke. I need sympathy. I did something gross. Oh, Kelpie, I'm sorry to hear this already. Do you want to share more explicitly? Let us know. Okay, I am here. You look like Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. Well, speaking of segues, maybe we can look them up and show you guys what we see. But first, your voice is really soothing. Thank you, James. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the cyborg emote will be cute. It was Pikachu. I figured it must be, but I was like, I don't want to make assumptions. It could be anything. There's generative AI, which is based on what's essentially theft of real artist work, and there's AI that's basically advanced algorithms, which can help with things like research on proteins. Okay, yeah, I don't mind. Just try and be like, hey, what's the difference between this word and that word or something? I think there are some uses, but yeah, generative art, I think it is something that I'm still figuring out how to be more eloquent on how I feel about it, because I have to figure out how I feel about it, I guess. Speaking of new art, have you seen Alison's new VTuber avatar? If it's the one where it's like the little mouth that's like blip, blip. Yes, I did see that. It's very cute. AI sucks. So much information is misconstrued and relayed incorrectly in the scientific world. Also, this is not just exclusive to AI, though. This is just misinformation in general that can be shared by anything, anyone, etc. So, but you are absolutely correct. Can we get a vomit emote? This one doesn't feel right in gross situations. Yes, so I want a cyborg one, I want a tuck-in one, and we can add vomit to that. So I think I'll commission 10 more emotes if you guys think there's anything that's missing. You guys are the ones who use it after all. You look hotter with your hair back. Thank you. I because I'm so not used to having my hair up that it makes me, I think because I'm so used to having my face framed, so I'm not used, like, it always looks weird when I have my hair back. So I will try and be more experimental with how I wear my hair, I guess. Thank you. I do appreciate that. You're pretty. You're nice, Chase. What do you like on your nachos? I am a vegetarian, so I usually go like a chili but bean mix rather than beef mix. Avocado, sour cream, cheese, of course. I'm not vegan, so all the cheese. All the cheese. Nachos are great. How do you get 1,000 Pikachus on a bus? You Pokemon! Hilarious. How ethical of you is supporting your fellow human artists. There was definitely a curiosity of how the AI would work, but yes, I didn't want to parade it. So my exclamputer emote is a like an edited one rather than done by a human rather than a AI generated one. But then we'll get a proper emote to replace that when I have commissioned 10 more emotes from my artists. Just wondering about all those poor people who used to edit Wikipedia pages to put in complete bullshit and now had to actually teach AI that stuff. Is it easier or harder? Well, we got to waste time somehow, you know? Must be tough being a woman on the internet if you're doing anything other than the hot tub stream type shit. So many people simping. Yeah, but it's okay. It's just like not what I'm here for, but we do what we do. A lot of people, we're honestly on Twitch, we're okay. We've managed to find a nice balance over on Twitch, but we're new on the YouTubes, and so we're figuring that out and figuring out how to handle all of this new type of commentary, we shall say. I think when it comes to AI, I've just decided to limit other people's opinions in my mind as just GPT and similar models. The terms in scientific and tech fields extend far beyond what people intend when they say a term like Gen AI, when it's clear they mean GPT. Yeah, fair enough. Can you hop on one leg while patting your head and rubbing your belly? I can actually, but then I would have to put the microphone down, and that I cannot do at the same time. So you've seen kangaroos? I have several of them. Women equals birds equals conspiracy. Coincidence? Definitely not. Hi, Harris. I live in Middle Forest. Like people like dogs, trees, animals, and darkness. I don't think you're alone in that opinion. Yeah, I'm washed Asmongold. You're hotter than Asmongold, but I may be biased. Look, everyone, things are subjective. You know, people have different views on things, but I do like to consider myself the hotter sibling between Asmongold and I. But maybe
I'm doing my part.
if I grew a beard, I'd be hotter still. Asmongold never would have crossed my mind. A lot of people have compared me to Asmongold for years now. It's quite funny. I actually do understand it. It's the long face, the ratty hair, very, very deep dark brown eyes, long nose. Like it's just all of this like long, slender look in the face. You know, are you an English lady? I'm not British, if that's what you mean, but I do speak English. Wouldn't decorate the wall at all, other than maybe to hang a tasteless fluorescent comedy store style light up sign. That's what I'm so conflicted on, because I really want to, I really, really, really want to decorate it, but then I really, really, really like the simplicity of just the brick wall. So I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted, digital dog. That hot tub stream type shit. I did do a hot tub stream one time. Well, I at least put a camera on it. Got really bad diarrhea. You could probably get pills for that, but go to the doctor. No simping. I prefer not having simps, but you know, I don't really know. I don't have strong opinions on this. How's your week? I had a good week. I've had a terrible headache, so I had to overcome that a little bit, but I have had a good week in general. Hi Rick, thank you for the compliment. Hi Jono, I find it more useful for doing research which can help with the initial research, like maybe moving to Sydney next year. That's very exciting. Oh my gosh, I hope that goes well for you, Jono. You have to keep me updated. I had to dissect the digestive tract of a fish today to conduct a consumption analysis. I don't know, that sounds kind of fun. That sounds kind of interesting. But I am sorry that you had to go through that, especially because I don't think it's your vibe. So good on you for getting through it. What do you call a hippie's wife? Mississippi! Oh my god, Mississippi! Oh my gosh, that's so silly. I like it. Have a good night, Francis. Thank you so much. Sympathy of Destruction by Megadeth is an amazing song. Oh yes, so Megadeth, thank you for the reminder. The human race shouldn't exist anymore because we have destroyed the world and other species. Yeah, we're like a virus, as they say in the Matrix, you know. My mum called. Oh, that's nice. If a data center gets built near you, move away quickly or accept hiked up water and electricity prices. Yeah, I guess it would be if it needs to run everything. Hey, This vomit emote amuses me. Oh, poor thing. The vomit emote, I've wanted one since the last round of emotes. Okay, vomit emote, we put it on there. What job do you think AI will 100% eliminate human need? Hopefully CEOs. Environmental impact is used by people who seem to have no ability to actually contribute and haven't sacrificed anything to a technology or invention, but still feel the need to have control otherwise. I don't know what you mean by that. Sorry, Sierra. It might be that I'm a little bit far behind. Environmental impact is used by people as in an argument. I think that's what I'm missing. Is used by people, or are you saying like the tech companies are using this because they have no ability to contribute? So I'm just wanting to clarify what you mean, like which people are being used by what. Come join us on Twitch. It is very fun. It is very fun. Free Palestine. Amen. Amen. Is there good diarrhea? Yes. Good diarrhea is where you take laxatives leading up to a colonoscopy and it all just clears everything out. I've never had a colonoscopy. I just want to make that clear. And so it is something that is necessary. It just clears everything out. And then for people who are into that, then it's nice and clean. You know what I'm saying? Boxing a Roo is wild. I would never. The devil is here. Hello, devil. Aspen Gold comparison is quite a stretch. What do you mean? Look, I will. I'm bringing them up so that we can test my toys, basically. The space behind you where the brick is missing. You should put something different there. That's a good point. This is not from me. This is from. Wait. I don't even know why they did it like that, but. You are correct. Maybe something in the missing space would be appropriate to replace. You versus male kangaroo, who wins? The kangaroo for sure. It doesn't even have to be a male kangaroo, just a kangaroo that is at least my height. Anything that is maybe less than 5 foot, I think I could take. But a kangaroo that is over even 5'5", I'm not taking it. I'm definitely getting messed up. Horrifically. Yeah, like Godzilla said. My words didn't come through. Sorry to hear that, Matt, but I can see them now. Trump is king? I didn't think that America liked monarchies. Anyways. Every time I see someone say you guys, I instantly think of Sloth from the Goonies. Cute. Is this a fake persona or is this you? Is this a fake persona? I don't consider when I go live anything other than who I am. I think that it is me in a situation that is unusual. So, for example, I'm not typically getting a bombardment of text thrown at me when I'm offline. And so I would say that I'm probably a little more mellow when offline, unless I get super excitable. But yes, this is my authentic reactions and responses to things. I think that like when you go to your job, how you act at your job might be different to how you act at the pub with your friends, but there's still you, right? There's still versions of you. You might just slightly alter your behavior depending on who you're around. But it's definitely like I don't if I wanted to fake my persona, I think I would probably lean heavily into like a teacher vibe, whereas holding that persona up for hours at a time, I much prefer to just be me. Boop! There's a fine line between being kind and complimenting and being a sim. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a lot of people will conflate them where it's like, well, if you're complimenting, you're simping, but maybe it's about getting the definition of simp definition. We'll find these things out. That's cool. Clementine had a colonoscopy. I didn't. There's a cockroach on your head. Hopefully not anymore. GPT is a specific kind of Gen AI, is primarily used for text. When I say generative AI, I don't mean only GPT, because that's not the only AI that's trained on stolen artwork. Thank you, Cassidy. Building a particle collider in my backyard, I would advise against it, but I don't know how big your backyard is, so good luck. 5 out of 10, easy to what's good. Those are words that make no sense. I see a spider on the wall behind you. You shouldn't. I'm not in Australia. It's a wacky UK accent. Yeah, that's the one. My very British accent. It's 100% my vibe. Was fun as, but there's only so much half-digested fish shit you can get on your face before you puke. Okay, fair enough. The fish dissection is fascinating. Yeah, we've got some cool people in our community who do very cool and different things. Angry Yen is probably my favorite Megadeth song. That Last Action Hero shit was dope. Okay, there we go. Can AI replace Trump? Who says that they haven't already? Ha ha! There's definitely enough material of Trump out there for AI to do a good job at replacing them. Vote Restore. That's a UK party, right? I don't really know. I can't vote in UK because I just live here. I'm just hanging out in UK. I'm not British. I can't vote in British politics and I know very little about it. Hi Digital Samurai, how you going? It bleeps out everything. Well, maybe you're saying something that requires it to be bleeped out. Keep Millie Minnie in the brick hole. That would be quite cute. But I need to grab her every week when I play. Okay. Kangaroo rap battle, though. I would probably lose that too. Clem looks like Sloth from the Goonies. Oh, AI videos are like black holes. They just suck your life force out. But some, I will admit, are kind of funny. I'm going to say it. This is what Clem is like IRL. Yeah, a few people have met me IRL, so I think that I'm pretty authentic, maybe. I don't know. I'm still figuring out who the fuck I am. How can I know what my persona is if I don't even know who I am? Don't we all have different persona in front of different people? For sure. But I think that that's normal. You know, who you are around a significant other versus your parents versus your siblings versus friends versus the boys versus being at work. It's all the same person, and that's okay. You know. Is your favorite Pokemon Mark? Why? Because of how it's spelt? No, my favorite Pokemon. Ooh, what is my favorite Pokemon at the moment? I go through stages. I always lean back on Bulbasaur, of course. But do I have a favorite at the moment? It goes on swings and roundabouts. I don't think I have one that is standing out to me. Usually I have like a Pokemon of the season. But at the moment, not so sure. Slow down. Okay, I'll slow down. There's spiders in England too. The difference is they don't kill you there. But that's the thing, is the spiders in England are tiny. So that's why I would be surprised if you could see them behind me, you know what I mean? Hi Angel, how you going? What will solve the profit in planes? Maybe Superman? I don't know. You gold panning this weekend? Hilarious. Good to see you back here, Rule Sheepdog. Not this weekend. Not I've got to make sure I space things out lest I start getting the nickname Gold Panner. Raygun is the best breakdancer, I agree, but she also got nothing on me. She wears a jacket IRL. This is basically a different person. I met Clem IRL, but I think our conversation was, but I do deep conversations sometimes on stream. That's just how convos work. My favorite Pokemon at the moment is Brick. AI videos are like my ex-wife. They make me sick. And also, you don't have an ex-wife. Wait, do you have an ex-wife? Is this lore about Kiwi Man that we're just learning? Snorlax, I can relate to him. That's cute. I like that. Yeah, I think I did wear overalls when we hung out. Hey, Jono. I think that's because I was like, oh, if we take a photo together and we post it, then I should be in the overalls. Still planning to implement some of the advice. Oh, that's sweet. Well, I'm glad that stuck with you. The bricks. I thought you were a Bulbasaur person. I am a Bulbasaur person. I say I always go back to Bulbasaur, but like I have Bulbasaur as my steadfast champion, and then I have like a little extra one where it's like, this is my Pokemon that I like at the moment. AI videos are like paying for sex. There's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't beat the real thing. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Two best Pokemon, Charizard and Rapidash. I like the choice of Rapidash in particular. Charizard for being a badass, Rapidash because she's cute, cuddly, and pretty. Yeah, I like that choice. When asked my favorite Pokemon, I usually go with Sandshrew. And the Alolan Sandshrew looks like it's made of igloo bricks, so that's my favorite kind. I do like that. The Teeth of Fire, they were very expensive. Not because they're fake, but because of orthodontics works. I'm a grope. I don't know what that is. Anyhow. What's the Bulbasaur number 1? Oh, it doesn't exist anymore, yeah. Anyhow, are you an Eevee fan? Of course I am. Eevee is such a basic bitch Pokemon, and that's why everyone likes it. There's an Eevee for everyone. If there's anyone who doesn't like Eevee, that's because they're someone who's sitting there being like, everyone likes Eevee, therefore I'm not allowed to like it. And that is cringe. Everyone likes Eevee, okay? Yeah, groupie? I wasn't sure. I was trying to figure it out as well. You ever whip out any Tereo and watch chat like, like what the fuck? I mean, we've had some Tereo every now and again. When Mum comes on, because Mum's Maori. So I can't remember if she had any Maori when she was on my live stream. I think that I often will say the English word alongside it. So I don't think it's too confusing where I'm like, oh, you know, like when I'm hanging out with my whānau, which is family in Maori, like I usually have the translation alongside it. I don't know. The community will have to answer that one, I guess. Mudkip is such a good choice. Mudkip is a really, 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 really good Pokemon. But the thing is, I just love Generation 3. I think Generation 3 is a genuinely, like, they perfected Pokemon. The story is great. The Pokemon are great. I really think Generation 3 is, like, you can't go wrong with any of those starters. They're so cool. Eevee isn't basic. Eevee is absolutely basic, and we are all allowed to like Eevee, you know? Hi Wilson, how you going? My dog is basically an Eevee, also true. She's more like Eevee than Bonbon, very true. Okay, I'm finally caught up. So now that I am caught up with chat, I can divert onto other conversations. So first things first, I just wanted to say that I've had a few gremlins on my shoulder. And one of those were from the previous stream. I was asked to share a little bit of information about how my D&D is going and my Millie the Minotaur. So for those who do not know, I play Dungeons & Dragons, and I have lucked out incredibly with finding a group here in Southampton. I went to a coffee shop and I overheard a few people talking Dungeons & Dragons, and I mustered up some courage to say, howdy, I play Dungeons & Dragons. And I've been going back every week since. And in fact, I am so enamored by the group that I have been hanging out with the couple, the married couple outside of the Dungeons and Dragons sessions. A few days ago, I went and we just played Pandemic, the board game, and we also just caught up for coffee. And I just cannot believe that I've just got such a wonderful group of friends already. On top of that, we have our weekly D&D, and one of the other individuals has a 3D printer. So I got messaged in the group chat, and they said, "Oi, make a miniature on Hero Forge so that our mate can print them." And so check her out. This is my little Minotaur. If my camera would behave. So there's a photo of this in the Discord as well. She is a cleric. War Domain Cleric. And I love her. We're doing a painting session next week because we have another person who joins remotely who will be here in the city next week. So we're going to get together and paint them as a little group activity. So I'm so excited. Isn't it so cute, Kimmy? It's so good to see you. I hope you've been well. Yeah, so I'm so pleased, and I cannot believe how detailed the 3D printer is. It's insane. So I'm looking forward to painting that. And I love my little cleric. She's so cute. We've been doing a murder mystery for the last little bit. It's kind of the chapter 1 of the campaign where we're just kind of finding our footing. A lot of people are very new to the game. I think they even have noticed that I'm the most experienced player. But I'm just here to turn up and have fun. I don't really care about the rules, and neither does anyone else. We're just role-playing, basically. But it's been excellent. So she's just this sweet little cleric minotaur who's like fluffy like a Highland cow, and she is very skittish, very sheltered upbringing with her religious clerical vibe, and she's also going through even in such a short period of time, she's already going through, what do they call it, like a crisis. She's like losing her faith already. And so so I'm already like, "Ugh, my God wasn't even there for me. Who's even out there? Crisis of faith, thank you. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the GM runs with that. They said that they have some ideas, so I'm excited to see how that turns out. And the people are just really nice. And yeah, we did a little murder mystery. There was a village that was cursed, and we were trying to figure out. We figured out that there was a murder that happened that caused like a Groundhog Day situation, and so we were trying to find the names of these individuals so we can rectify it and all this kind of jazz. And we finally got the missing puzzle piece. And so now we are heading to a new place to start the real adventure where we'll be level 3 as well. So that is my little updates on my fluffy little cow. And people, people are having fun. I'm having fun. And I just cannot believe how lucky I've been to run into a group of people who play D&D. Is awesome, and who just love board games and are just lovely people. One of the ladies also wants to help me decorate my room, and I can I show you? I might be able to show you a photo of a little mood board, as long as it doesn't dox them. If I can show this without showing. Ah, yes, there we go. So they sent me this to give me ideas on how to decorate my room. It's probably too overexposed to be able to show you, but she's so cute and I'm obsessed with her. It's just a little mood board. Isn't that cute? It's very coffee shop vibes. It's probably not turning up very obviously, but the fact that she wants to help out is just adorable. So it's just cute. Yes, yeah. So that's what they were helping out with, is like figuring out how to decorate this whole thing. The Minotaur is the villain. I hope not. Do they know you're a streamer? So I have mentioned it because I think that it's pretty commonplace to be like, oh, so what do you do for work? And so that's why how they found out. I was trying to be coy about it, but it comes up in conversation eventually. But they don't watch. Or as far as I know, they haven't watched the channel. But maybe I'm wrong. You'd have to call it a mood board. Adorable. Very, very cute. But yes, I'm just feeling very lucky. So that's my little Minotaur update for you guys. I know that you ask every now and again. I'm just a happy girl. Just a happy girl. Okay. If this is where I'd put my show, full stock Pokemon ever had one. You can play Jessie from Team Rocket. Thank you. I feel like I need a lot of gel though. Pokemon Go, I love Pokemon Go. I do still play Pokemon Go every single day. We need to give them names if we haven't already. Yeah, I was thinking that I must give my party some nicknames. I've actually been considering it, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm third wheeling. Yes, and I love it. I bullied my way into the group. That's the one. I don't know, Stacey Dooley, Zero. Walk Domain Cleric, aka a paladin, pretty much. Let's be real. Don't get hooked on huffing the model paint. Well, I will at least try it now that you've mentioned it. I didn't consider huffing paint, but next week when we get together, I had someone say Mrs. GM. So there's the GM and Mrs. GM. So Mrs. GM is the one who sent me the mood board. She's taking next week off one of the days so that we can paint together with our friend who's visiting from another city. So I'll have to go over. So they're just going to keep me up to date. And their kid, they also have a child, and their child is so lovely, and they're just wonderful people. Genuinely, they're just kind, and I'm getting emotional. They're just kind people. So I just feel very lucky. I've never been into D&D, but the wife is. You're a Warhammer 40k man instead. Ventilate while painting unless you want to go. Well, hopefully it'll be okay. I will go all damn, will I? Shy little miniature lady. So she's a mini Taurus. Aww. Okay, I'm just catching up. It is cool. Hey, if your DM needs some help with session tracking and currently using Saga 20 that summarizes audio transcripts. All right, okay, I'll pass that on. I don't know what their notes look like, so they are very new to it though. Everyone's very, very new to the game, but they're doing a great job, and I think that Mr. GM gets a little bit since he's so new to it. I think he's a little bit shy or like imposter syndrome. I think it's a bit of imposter syndrome where he's doing such a good job, but then he's concerned that he's not doing a good job. But for example, yesterday we met with what was like a little kid who saw some really traumatic, horrific things, and their voice that they put on, both Mrs. GM and I were like, oh, little puppy. And I think that kind of freaked out Mr. GM because they were like being perceived, I suppose. But they did such a good job, and I will have to text them after stream and remind them that they're doing a good job, because I think that will go a long way. I'm just glad that someone is the GM. I don't mind being a dungeon master, but it's not my preferred place to be. She's losing her faith. Is she in the corner? Is she in that cockfight? Losing to a pigeon. Wish I could play Ravenloft for the first time. Okay. I will not Google this one. Have you done a Go Fest? I have, but it was many, many years ago. So the Go Fests in the cities, rather. I did one in Germany back in 2019, but I'm hoping to do the Copenhagen one this year. So if you guys are in Copenhagen for Pokemon Go this year in June, then you can come say hi. I'll be around. Greenleaf! I really want to play Greenleaf as Leaf Green, sorry. I want to play Leaf Green as well. I think they have it on the Nintendo Switch expansion pass, so I was thinking I might play that as well. Hello, hi, Jesus. Good to have you here. Have to go over so bad, yeah. Getting late here, no stress, Tom. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here. Poor Maria, good night to you. Your voice has a screech to it. It's very intense. Thank you. I feel like I've not really been appreciated for my banshee noises, but it's good to have someone notice it. Yay for the 40k community! I actually offered to take Clem to Warhammer World when she was in Nottingham, but she turned me down. Yes, it's not my thing, but it's probably a good thing that it's not my thing. Hi, Andy! I haven't been the Warhammer World yet, but potentially in the new future. Okay. Gonna walk my dog. Enjoy, Ron. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, now, speaking of other things, we have yet to segue and work on testing. Testing. So, first things first, let's use Asmongold as our test, shall we? I am hoping this will work. So, I have a new monitor, and if this works, that means that reacts can come back. I won't do any reacts today. I don't have the stamina. But also that we can play games. So, let's make sure it works, shall we? Boom. Can you see? Can you see Asmongold? I think you can. We can see! Excellent! Oh, and you guys are working up here as well. That was something that I tried to make sure to work. Love mandarin oranges. Easy peeling. They're good to have, you know. I think it should work. I think there will be... I will try and get one where I can move my camera as well, so that if I were to try and do a side-by-side comparison, I'm not blocking it. But I'm telling you, this could be a picture of me with a beard. I really do see the resemblance. If I move this, I get it, okay? If my hair were a little bit darker, because he's got a little tiny red tinge to it. Like, it's tiny, but it's there. Or maybe it's just the lighting. But, like, if I had darker hair, I think would look really, yeah, right? I see it. That's why whenever people comment on it, I'm like, I see it. Because look, we've got like, there's like no iris. It's just black, soulless nothingness. And that's what my eyes look like too. Like, where's the differentiation between the pupil and the iris? You can't see it. And I think that's what makes us so similar. And like the long face, the long nose. We've just got the same face shape. I just have a better wig. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Yeah, well, I shave mine. But if I let it grow out, it's there. This is when he's a bit younger, I think. Well, it should be if he's got no hair. He has bigger tits, though. Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. Anyway, I see it, you know? I see it. Okay, how do I put this back? There we go. Damn, that was rough, but you know, I it's true. It's funny because it's true, and I'm laughing. Ha ha ha. Okay, well, thanks guys for testing that. I think it's good. You don't live in a shit heap though. Well, hasn't he been cleaning up his shit heap? I know he's known for his shit heap, but I thought that he cleaned up recently because mainly because that's what he has said, right? Where it's like you can say he lives in a shit heap, as you have said, but he can clean that up. But did he? That's where I'm lacking in the the information. Different mouths, you think? I think it's hard to tell our lip shape when he's got the beard. And I don't see any photos with him without the beard. Because he does have very, very thin upper lip, I think. But like I said, it's hard to tell with the beard. But that's okay. I feel like there's enough similarities. I think that we could easily pass as siblings, for sure. I really do. Truly. Truly. But you have a soul. Do I? Does this mean that MS Paint sessions are coming back? Only once I get my stand, because that one... Oh, I guess I could MS Paint with just... What do we want to paint? Oops, not photos. That's not what I wanted to bring up. I feel like I can paint with one hand, because it's just the mouse, right? I don't need the keyboard. I think yes. If we go like this... Look! I can paint! I can't really tell what's going on. Can you pull your hair back? Oh, well, I don't have Asmongold on the screen anymore, sorry. I feel being a DMGM is something you do after quite a few campaigns playing, but that's me wanting to have everything perfect. Don't let the perfect get in the way of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's the thing is I have played a few campaigns. I feel quite comfortable riffing as a DM. I just don't enjoy it as much as being a player. The official D&D campaigns and modules are really great, but you can take the base ideas and customize them exactly, and then just run with it. So that's kind of what I want to do if I were to GM. Is just I don't think I would ever create, or I shouldn't say ever, but I don't think I would make my own campaign. I think the modules exist for a reason. I think when I move house, depending on somewhere else in Essex or Sydney, I'll start making some modular terrain. That would be so cool. Hell yeah! Thank you for the follow, by the way. Think about being a great white shark while you look into the cam. Is that what it is? But speaking of, you've given me inspiration. I hit my phone, so it made me go wiggly. This looks more like a dolphin, admittedly. But then if we do the shark fin this way... Okay, this is looking much more like a dolphin, but it's not a dolphin. No, actually, that's all right. And then they have like a something down here, right? I don't know. And then big. Hello, sandflies. Hello. How do their mouths work? I don't know how their mouths work. This doesn't look like a shark. I don't know it does look more like a dolphin or whale. How do I just anyway? Yeah, it's fine. Hi, Raiders. Hey, you're back in New Zealand. I hope you're having the best time. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Well, it is good to see you. I hope you had a great stream as well. It's so good that you're able to stream from whichever country you're in as well. I think that's something that I need to get better at on my end, is having a more portable setup. Is that supposed to be a shark? Well, you were able to figure it out, so I think I did an all right job. Thank you. I know that it's a little bit late, so if you do want to just head off in New Zealand, then go for it. But thank you so much for the raid, guys. If you guys are from my community, please follow Sandflies. They're so wonderful. They've got a great Scottish accent, and they play a lot of Star Wars. And I am just appreciative that they're still supporting the channel. It's good to have you guys here. If you guys haven't raided in from the Sandflies before, hi, I'm Clem. I'm a just chatting streamer, and I just got a second monitor, so now I can show you guys things without it having to be a juggling match with Windows on one monitor. So I've just been testing out to see that things are working again. Is that a jellyfish? Yes. But through the sense that it is a shark that is made of gelatin, like a gummy shark, and so therefore it's a jellyfish. I like the brick wall. Thank you, Oliver. I like the brick wall too. Do you have leather gloves? I do not, admittedly. Should do some painting hangouts on Discord voice chat. I do it with my friends. That's so cute. I only have the one mini, and that will be with my D&D group. So if I ever get more, then perhaps, but in the meantime, not so much. What kind of accent is that? It is a mess is what kind of accent it is. Hi, Nate. You look like toast and beans, as in a good hearty meal. Thank you. As a word nerd, I must inquire. So basically, I'm from New Zealand, but I never had a strong New Zealand accent. I went to a pompous school, so we learned how now, brown cow, when I was in the choir. And then I got braces that made me speak very particularly to lose even what little Kiwi accent I did have. And now this is just how I sound. I guess. It's a weird. It's a mix. It's a mix. Okay, I just realized Clem made Amelia a Minotaur so she could roleplay as someone who actually has a chest. Ouch! At least she can swing around a hammer as well. That I can do IRL if you want to, like, just come a little bit closer and see how that works. Then, you know, we can just do a little test, see how good I can swing a warhammer. Think about oh yeah, that's a great one. I want to say if I didn't think you could take the old sailor's port wench. I wouldn't say. Oh, right, yeah, yeah. I'm doing all right. But I thought you were calling me an old sailor's port wench, but yes, I can take it. I'm struggling to keep up with the streamer news. I'm old. I saw the clavicular stuff. Yeah, I've only just learnt about clavicular. I didn't know who they were until this week, so I don't think it's worth me sharing who they are. I don't. It's not that interesting, but I get it, Sari, and I'm like, who the hell is this? One of the biggest streamers in the entirety of any of the streaming platforms. These content creation, it moves too quickly, you know. Paint the house you're living in. I actually should. Hey, there's a lot of things in here that could do with a fresh coat of paint, rather. When I hear something funny, I was going to ask you about PAX, but then I remembered you're a bit far. I actually am thinking of going to PAX Australia. I looked at the ticket prices for flights. There are still some that are going through the Middle East. I don't know if that will just be refunded if it doesn't open up in 6 months' time. But there are ways to go back to Australia and New Zealand through China and India and Singapore and Thailand. I guess I could have just compiled that to say Asia rather than the Middle East. So I genuinely am thinking of going to PAX Oz, but I have to decide based on the tickets before I truly make a decision. Anywho, nice shark. Thank you. I'm legally blind in one eye. Even if you were had regular vision, I don't think it would have helped you with my drawing. So you're all right. You're all right. Pissed off goldfish. Oh, I like that. Moonfish. That's cute. It's a shark with an extra chromosome. I don't know how many they typically have, but it sounds about right. As someone with a jellyfish tattoo, I can confirm that it's not, in fact, a jellyfish. Yeah, it's a gummy shark, obviously. I think we'll need a bigger boat. Adorable. That's not the only thing bricked up. What else is bricked up, Union? Tell us. What else is bricked up? What do you mean by that? No, it's all right. I made my title totally bricked up just a few days ago, so I can't really say much. My shark drawing would look like a cat, and I bet it would be a beautiful cat, even if it's not meant to be one. Claimer's IRL friends, humble brag. You heard it here. Do you do stand-up comedy? Not yet. Because I would hit my head. You know what? If I did stand-up comedy, I would constantly be hitting my head on the ceiling, so I guess someone would laugh. So it's a New Zealand England accent and not a New England accent. Yes, exactly. I don't really know what my accent is. I think that a lot of people, it's like a weird British accent, and the Brits already have enough weird accents, so I just fit in okay. Thoughts on Johnny Somali only getting 6 months? I think that I haven't followed it closely enough, but it does feel like after how long this whole proceeding has been going on that I would have expected him to have more. I think that if I were to put a random sentence on Johnny Somali, 2 years. I feel like 2 years. I think 6 months. You know what though? Maybe they just don't want to spend money on him, and that's fair enough. It's like we'll keep him here for 6 months and then hope he gets deported. 4 years? Yeah, honestly, if you said 5, I'd also be okay. So I feel like it is a very short amount of time, but I also feel like I don't know. I don't want Korea to now have to spend even more resources on him because they would have to feed him and whatnot, right? I feel like they just don't want to have to spend their resources on him, and that is fair enough. Come visit the US. I genuinely want to. I was thinking of even going to the New York Pokemon, but I was like, that might be a little bit too far. That's being a little bit cheeky. But one day I will go to the US, and I'd hope I'll probably just go to the East Coast to start with, and see Allison, for example. I think I like the paint sessions because it's usually something you're enthusiastic about. I've missed it, the paint and the enthusiasm. What? I'm not enthusiastic enough? No, I do appreciate that. So now that I've got more stuff to work with, I'm hoping that we'll find a sense of familiarity again. I've really been enjoying the kind of how do we phrase what we've been doing? The scuffedness of the streams the last 6 months and kind of vibing with whatever is thrown our way. But I am excited to have a bit more like, oh, let's look this up and let's do this. I feel like I've been hindered somewhat in those regards. And being able to share the screen is really nice. And it's a nice screen. I'm very happy. Oh, my little screen. I may try and get a second one because it is so much nicer to look at than this one. Just for the interface, but I'll figure it out. I have fainted several times, Dills. So many times. I almost had it happen today. Not a fan of. Yeah, I've fainted from needles and blood work as well. I have to lie down when I get my blood taken, but that's not the only time I've fainted. I've fainted in doctor's offices. I've fainted at a dentist. I've fainted in the outside. I've fainted a lot. He's basically just a silly little boy with too much of a platform. That's clavicular, yeah. With the looks maxing, right? Maybe I should do some looks maxing. If you did stand up and hit your head, I would probably laugh. So successful. Exactly. I would be a successful stand-up comedian, but my sit-down comedy doesn't really do very well. You have a brick wall behind you, so you're a comedian. Yes, that's all we need, right? I think... Thank you, Silva. Thank you. You sound like you're from New Zealand, Aussie here though. Ah, okay. So yeah, I think I don't sound, a lot of people assume I'm Australian. And so they say, they're like, oh no, it doesn't help that I have Australia in my Twitch tags. But I don't think I sound Australian. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but I think I just sound like what they say, an educated New Zealander. And we have people even in a community who are New Zealanders who have a bit more of this rounded, more British accent. They call it educated. I don't like that term because it implies, I don't know what it implies. But I don't think that should be the one, but that's what it's supposed to be. But it doesn't help that I'm in England as well, so it's probably just going to get more and more British. Nonetheless, Qantas just received one of their new ultra-long-range A350 1000 ULRs. Not sure if it'll be in service by PAX, but it'll be able to do Sydney to London. Damn. Too bad I don't want to go to Sydney. That would be very, very helpful if it was Sydney that I wanted to go to, but it's Melbourne, so I suppose it would be not too much of a difference, right? A little bit more further south, maybe. But yeah, I don't think Sydney's east enough where it would make as much of a difference. So to Melbourne, it maybe would be an extra hour or so to go further south. Anyhow, indubitably, I can't say that word. Somalia is going to be doing labor, so that is something. So they make a little money out of them. That's good. Yeah. See you next time, Silver. 4 years of 23 and 1. That's 23 hours of solitary and 1 hour of supervised exercise each day. Doesn't like that much. I don't know how much time it is, but solitary confinement makes people legitimately go crazy. And I'm like, well, sign me up because I feel like it might actually help with my craziness. And I would love to get away from people sometimes. No, that's a lie. I'm really enjoying. You know what? I'm going to do something. And I don't know if this is something that you guys can take away as well. Is there are a lot of what's the word, like habitual responses that people have where it's like, oh, you know, I hate the rain. I don't hate the rain. I love the rain. I think the rain's great. And so sometimes there will be these like habitual responses where I'm like, I don't even feel that way. I don't know why I'm saying this. So I'm trying to get better at calling myself out on it. That's all. That's the thing. Anyhow. He's got 20 days of labor. I don't know if it's breaking rocks of labor or if you fuck up in the US military. I will have to look up a little bit more, but I do think 6 months is a short amount of time for Johnny Somali. For those who don't know who Johnny Somali is, he's a nuisance live streamer. But I also don't know what the other option would be. I think that putting him in jail for at least a couple years would have been what I assumed based on how long he's been in Korea waiting for this sentence. I don't think he's been, if he were already in jail right now, then maybe it would be a little bit different because he's been kind of serving time while waiting to serve more time. But then what? Does he just get deported? I don't know how the visa kind of situations work. I just don't know. I don't know enough about law proceedings in even my own countries, let alone a foreign one. It's fascinating, though. I think that the idea of punishment is something that I haven't put a lot of time and effort into thinking about. But it has fascinated me. This is what I will say about Johnny Somali. The idea that he's only, as people are saying, only getting 6 months. And even to me, who's someone who doesn't really think about these things, I'm like, that does seem like a short amount of time. Why does it seem like a short amount of time? What would be a fair amount of time? And then realizing how subjective these things are, it is a curiosity that has yet to bite me until Johnny Somali. And so maybe it's something that I will accidentally get react streams we watch, like body cam footage and court hearings. Ooh. We put our unsolicited judgment on these things. I don't know, but we can do it. We can do it. We're allowed to now. Anyhow, as an Englishman, I'd assume you have a bog standard English accent. Yeah, especially when I was here last year, right, Dan? I was in the north. I was staying in Manchester, and people just thought I was a southerner. And I was like, well, you're not wrong. I am from the south, just much, much further south than you assume. Much, much, much further, like a whole hemisphere. It implies having a strong accent makes you uneducated. Exactly. And that's ridiculous. Anyhow, I just realized you haven't seen our new kitten. What the heck? And I have to message you because I was thinking of maybe hiring a car and coming and playing D&D. So that's something. That sucks, but you're still beautiful. Thank you. I know. It's, but the problem is that beauty fades, right? Although, have you seen Jennifer Aniston and Sandra Bullock and a whole bunch of other 50-year-olds that I'm like, damn, girl, I hope I look like you when I'm 50. I hope I look like you when I'm 30, because then I'll be like, I'm just saying. Will Canada be next? I've been to Canada, actually. Attempting to complete the Commonwealth. Not quite. I have been to the Canada already, though, so I guess we can technically tick it off. Is Mini GM old enough to paint with you? Yes, they are a very crafty person. So I have been thinking that I would like to take Mini GM, Baby GM, a gift of some sorts, because I got a really sweet message from Mrs. GM and about their kid, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. And then I sent them a message, and she was like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. But I will probably try not to share that because it's a lot more personal, and it's, especially when it comes to kids, I'll try and keep more anonymity. Sorry, I'm just rambling, and I said the things before. I could have just not said anything, but it came out before I was ready. Anyhow, point being that I think it would be really cool if I brought them a little gift, and then it was cement that they think I'm cool. I want them to think I'm cool, so hopefully we can continue that. I'm not cool, but I want them to think I'm cool. Anyhow, you could probably get a good enough used one for next to nothing. Yes, also this. You almost fainted with Moras. Yeah, I've actually fainted almost on stream from a few games, admittedly. Georgie, good to see you again. You don't sound Australian. I don't think so. You don't sound Australian either, Raven. Big question, what's more pathetic, fainting at blood and needles or sea motion sickness? I also get altitude sickness, so make sure to add that to the list. I think that blood and needles is sensible in a way. You're literally having your blood removed from you. I think that is less pathetic. You sound more British Kiwi to me. Yeah, there we go, Condro. I accept British Kiwi. Like, I think that my accent sounds like someone who has like a British parent and maybe spent, like, and especially now that I'm here, but that I wasn't born in England. Anyhow, that's how I think I sound. You should probably link up with Bert Kreischer. I'm not familiar with this person, sorry. Didn't you realize that you're a fainter? Yes, I've fainted many, many times. Many times. Sydney does suck. You don't sound Australian to me as a word node who has an Australian accent on his GPS. I have an Irish accent for my Siri, but the thing is that I don't actually use Siri for a lot of things, so I get jump scared by it sometimes, where it's like, I don't know how to help you with that. I'm like, who are you? I actually forget that it's Irish because I don't use it at all. And then I'm like, oh God, who did that? Who said that? I don't know. Anyway, indubitably is a good word. I also like constabulary and brick. Seska the kitten. We shall check her out. Better than a stopover in Dubai or Singapore, a short connecting flight to Telemarine. That's true, yeah, going all the way to Sydney. I've got friends in Sydney, so I guess I could go to Sydney, say hi to people, spend a night or two there before going to Melbourne. I guess it just depends on the price, though. That's where my concern would be. I think that a lot of the cost of those long haul flights, it'll take a long time before they're competitive with the stopover ones. It might be well at Melbourne Airport as well. Oh, thanks, Nine Fox, for the ads as well. Can you say no? No. Mom? Son? Is that you? I thought you were gone. Hi Salam, how you going? Hold on one moment. Everything is fascinating when you're in a different country, different laws, different rules and regulations. The thing is, it is fascinating in different countries, but it goes to show how little I know about my own country's laws as well. So, for example, I was talking with my friend on my road trip, Coffee, for those who met her, about the life in the UK test. And so basically, people who are trying to become not even British citizens, but permanent residents, I guess. And the test is so ridiculously hard. Shall we do it? Oh my God, we can do this test together. We can see if we can become British citizens. Life in the UK test. But the thing is that even British citizens wouldn't be able to pass the bloody test. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. Anyhow, they say it makes a difference. Like being kind to other people and your thoughts makes you feel better about yourself. That's actually really sweet, Fred. I really like that. Professional twat. I only just saw that. Sorry, I'm skipping backwards and forwards with the chat. I did know Anthony Starr was. Did not know Anthony Starr was from New Zealand. Yes, yeah, he fits Homelander so well, doesn't he? Is it Anthony? I think it's Anthony. I'll have to double check. But Homelander is a New Zealander, and he just he's so good at what he does. The Butcher. Sorry, Billy Butcher. Billy. Oh my God, Butcher. Carl Urban, who plays Butcher. Why does this sound wrong to me? It is Butcher, right? It is Billy. Why is it sounding wrong to me? Anyway, I haven't watched season 5. Please don't spoil season 5 for me. I'm waiting for it all to be out so that I can just do 1 month of Prime rather than paying for several months. So don't spoil it for me. But Billy Butcher is also a New Zealander. But that one, I don't know if it will be a little bit more obvious. I don't know. Carl Urban, indeed. I think labor in South Korea is like factory work. Yeah, I think that'll be good for him. Maybe it will give him a little bit more discipline. Tobeans in Discord, awesome. If you're thinking punishments, you need to think safe words too. Oh my God, making me blush. So point being that we were talking about the life in the UK test, and then we would, because she's Australian, so we were talking about Australian test and how that works and what we know about our own countries. And there was a question in the Life in the UK test that was asking about Parliament, I believe. Something about politics. And it's the same politics. I think it was like, what is a judicial something? Anyway, it's something that it was used in Australia and New Zealand, and it just kind of went, oh God, like I don't know how to define this. These are words that I've heard, but if I'm to sit here and go, this is what this is, I could not answer you. And so it is, I guess, why lawyers exist, is because they're the ones who have studied and understand the proceedings, and I am not a lawyer, and I am not a politician, and so even though we can vote, and even though I don't live in New Zealand anymore, I can vote for the New Zealand elections, which are actually happening this year. But how much do I actually know about politics? Not a lot. And it's just an interesting reminder at how little I know about the things that I live in and the world and the society that I live in. It's just, anyway, so I'm trying to educate myself, but it's hard, man. It's hard. Why didn't I learn this in school, damn it? Why is it just expected that as soon as I finish school at 18, now I can vote and I'm just meant to know things? I'm just meant to know to be able to make informed decisions and choices? Well, maybe if you had told me what I do to be able to make these choices, then I would be able to make them. Anyway, I guess they don't want their teachers influencing the children one way or another into who to vote for, so I kind of get why politics isn't in schools, but it would be nice to understand the framework. Anywho, too much enthusiasm for me? Fair enough. Northern Carolina, very nice. So Boba said, I think Johnny Somali was charged for 6 months labor is fine, but for how disgusting he is in general, he deserves life in a dingy in the middle of the Pacific. Yeah, I have watched some Asmongold. He has quite extreme views in a lot of things, but I find it interesting to listen to because of how how oddly eloquent he is at expressing them. I will not say that I agree with it, but it is interesting. It's like my own little drama. I'm like, ooh, you can't say that. You can't say that. And yet here I am still listening. Anyhow, so my point was that he was having some like he was saying stuff about how there are what is the term? Human batteries, like in the Matrix, where it's like this person should just be a human battery. And I'm like, you can't say that, but like I kind of get where you're coming from. So someone like Johnny Somali, how do I believe that he can be rehabilitated to be a functioning member of society? Do I actually believe this? I don't know. I am so pro rehabilitation. Germany has a good example of some prisons that do rehabilitation to people who are sentenced. Not everyone is able to get out, but they get some therapy, they get some labor jobs, then which then allows them to have a skill when they leave prison. So, for example, if it's metal welding, when their sentence is over, they leave prison, they now have a new skill where it's like, I know how to metal weld. And so I think that kind of stuff I am very much for, because I don't think it serves if people are just sitting in a prison cell and doing nothing. Of course, they're going to recommit after they come out. But can everyone be rehabilitated? Can Johnny Somali contribute to society when he is out of prison? I don't know. I will have to think about it some more. It's just a kind of, I think that's what the extreme take is, where I'm not saying that I agree with the extreme, but it's like if I look at the extreme here and I look at the extreme here, where do I sit? It's good to have someone have a differing opinion so that you can actually be more confident in your own opinion, perhaps. Anyway, I'm not confident in my opinion is my point. Moving on. I'm so far behind chat. Hi, everyone who's been coming in. Hello. I do see you guys. I'm very slow with chat. So I will catch up eventually. Michelle Pfeiffer is almost 70 and still hot. Oh my God. Okay, so what's the most unique, obscure country you think you've been to? I've been to very Western countries, so I don't think that there would be any off the top of my head. I've been to Pacific Island nations, which aren't unique nor obscure, but I do think compared to the rest of the world, especially Europe, they are very, very, very hard to get to. Even America. So I would say that's probably more unique comparative to Europeans and Americans, because they are like how would you go to Fiji, for example? Like what direction, where are you stopping over to get to Fiji? Whereas New Zealand, one flight. And it's not a very long one. So I think that is probably more unique compared to others in the Northern Hemisphere. But obscure? I don't know what constitutes obscure, because obscure, I guess, again, is subjective. I just came back from Croatia and Slovenia. That was cool. I still don't think that would be obscure. I think obscure is a hard one for me to answer because I'm not 100% sure what that would constitute, if that makes sense, Condro. Some of the smaller Asian countries maybe that people don't frequent as much. Africa, of course, there's not a lot of tourism in Middle and Northern Africa. So maybe that could be obscure. Yeah, just some of the less touristy countries, I guess, would be obscure. Anyway, so I haven't really been to very many obscure countries, but unique, yeah. I can't imagine a ton of Northern Hemispheres going to Fiji. Fiji Air from Melbourne earned it a few years back. Yeah, see, from Australia. Well, of course, from Australia, it's fine. We're in the Pacific, like that side already, but from the Northern Hemisphere comparison. Anyhow. Okay, yeah, I just want to play Dungeons and Dragons. So much crying, you're sinking already. I bet you didn't go very fast in Slovenia. Hilarious. As a baby in Croatia, while a toddler, I was born in the USA. I really enjoy Croatia. I'd love to go back. From Ethiopia, but you're hungry. Oh well, hopefully you can get something to snack on. You don't feel like you have to chat if that's what you want to work on. Adelaide is the best. Adorable. Obscure is not part of the usual travel loop. Yes, that's what I was kind of figuring out as well. Yeah, Laos, Iraq, Ukraine. Oh, yeah, some of the middle. Oh, Qatar. But Qatar, I didn't plan to go to. And I don't mean the airport. I mean that I left the airport. But I didn't plan to go. That was just because my flight, I got bumped from my flight. So they were like, hey, you want to be in a hotel for 12 hours? I was like, okay. So I don't really count that either. Especially because it's a stopover place anyway. But yes, very, very Western countries I've been to. Did you learn any words? So zdravo was hello, and vala. I can't say the pronunciation for thank you is very tough for me. Falla. It's HV, but you don't say the H, and the V is more like a F. Falla for thank you. Morning, hi. Drapes? I don't have any drapes. I know that you were thinking of something in particular, and I realized that my answer of I don't have any drapes probably doesn't help not feed into that. Anyway, cafefe. Fella, yeah. Anyhow, when I played baseball when I was 16 in the US, we had to fly to Surfers Paradise. Oh my god, to play their team, spent 2 weeks there. And kangaroos on the baseball field. That's adorable. Do not be fooled. This is not live. No, not at all. Not at all. Okay, so the Austrian painter had a point. The one. Hi from Northern Ireland. Hi, David. How you going? Okay, I'm just catching up with a few things. Is it true that New Zealand has Yeti sheep? Not that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. Okay, jolly good show. The boys is. Okay. Repost from a while ago about your D&D friends that already have given themselves an alternate name that you might be able to use for them apart from the GM. Oh, that's true. I could use their character names, but I'll double check because if they're posting their character names online, then that would be a way to dox them. So I'll check. Brent Chrysler is a comedian. I don't know this. Hey Siri, order Big Mayor. Just checking. Less pathetic, but it never feels any less embarrassing. How long are you usually out? Mine usually lasts about 5 minutes or so. Oh, sorry, Dill Subs. I do not recall what I was talking about when you asked about how long I'm out for. Oh, for the prison, perhaps. Maybe not. I forgot what that was in reference to, so never mind. I could do a British accent. I believe you. Hey, hi, Rob from Chicago. What about Britain, UK, England? These are words, yes. Everyone who has studied Latin, my favorite word is defenestrate. That's the one where someone's thrown out a window, right? I think that's the one. Yeah, Anthony Starr and Outrageous Fortune, right? Okay. I wonder if it's Australia so bad, says Rob, but I'm afraid of kangaroos. As you should be. People are so afraid of all of the spiders and the snakes. No, the kangaroos, they're the ones with the mean kick, you know. I haven't watched Gen V, but I don't know if it's worth it. So let me know, Sarian, if Gen V is worth a watch. There are kangaroos everywhere, really. It's the drop bears you have to worry about. Also, there's... Okay, just catching up. You gotta talk to lots of people, yes, also this. We got taught civics all the way through school in New South Wales. Really? Okay, well, my schooling did a bad job in that case. Oh my, smash. Thank you, I think. She's from Australia, not quite. I've lived in Australia though. I wonder if she's in the Indian Ocean. It's supposed to be the most beautiful in the world. And one day I'm surf it and just solve my kangaroo problem first. Like the Indian Ocean is on the west coast of Australia, and I have not been to the west coast of Australia, but I have seen the Indian Ocean from the sky. Have I seen it from any of the countries I've visited? I've been to Singapore, so I have seen the Indian Ocean from Singapore, I guess. Okay, I think that I am caught up. I've been to Vanuatu. There we go. Not too obscure from people from New Zealand, exactly. That's what I was thinking. This is what I joined my second stream to for. Wait, for the Hitler rehabilitation. The big question is, had we put Hitler in a rehabilitation camp, would it have worked? Well, I'm just pro therapy. But that's what I'm saying. Also, hi, Annie. It's good to have you back. I'm sorry that Hitler came up in your second stream, but I promise that it was in regards to Johnny Somali, okay? It wasn't that obscure. We're not out here just casually talking about Nazis. I promise. But it is an interesting thing to consider, isn't it? Maybe if he had gone to therapy, he wouldn't have been so insecure and take it out on everyone. I don't think that the thing is, for example, if I'm going to answer this question honestly, because Hitler, after he offed himself after the war, he would not have been able to be rehabilitated from like capturing him in his bunker or whatever. And he undoubtedly would have got some sort of death sentence, right? I think that's not very, that feels like what would have happened. And so he would not have been able to be rehabilitated because of that point. If he had access to therapy as a 20-something-year-old, this would have been post-World War I. World War I also would have been very traumatic. You could just go on and on and on about hypotheticals, right? You could go on and on and on and on and on. And so now, how does this relate to what we were actually talking about, Johnny Somali? Can Johnny Somali be rehabilitated, or is he too far gone? I think that he probably has an alcohol problem, so he should get some help with that. Do I think, what could he do? If he was I don't know, maybe. I'm not a therapist. But this is what we were talking about. Johnny Somali. Can Johnny Somali be rehabilitated, or is he too far gone? I'm going to catch up with everything else. They shouldn't have rejected his art school application. Exactly. It's no. I know that a lot of people have thought about this, and there's a morbid curiosity when it comes to horrific people, right? So all of the documentaries on serial killers, for example, or not even documentaries, the dramatization of that there was that one that just about Dahmer, for example. I don't think I would go as far to say romanticization, but I don't think I think it's pretty common that people have this morbid curiosity about what makes such an evil person evil. And how do you tell the signs of this? If you can tell the signs of this, can they go to therapy to stop them becoming the monster they are? Or are they born monster, nature versus nurture, etc., etc., etc.? I don't know. I truly don't. I am a big believer of nurture over nature, but then at the same time, there are people whose brains just end up being wired slightly differently, and not in a horrific monster turn into serial killer vibe, but like they just like things organized in a certain way. And if they are not organized that way, then it's very upsetting, and other people won't care. So there's got to be a bit of both, right? Is that a cop-out? Probably a cop-out. Anywho, something about eyelashes freaks me out. Have you seen kangaroo's eyelashes? I haven't, actually. I've never thought about it, but it reminds me of a goose's teeth. Of course not, because you do. It's curtain call for you. Oh, rough. Do you know the Brahmaputra River? No, I do not know this river. Sorry, insect. Honestly, if you're in Aussie city, you're unlikely to run into much wildlife, exactly. Apart from the drop bears. The drop bears are the only things we need to be worried about. Someone or something as well out of a window for defenestration. Thank you. In the context of fainting, you mentioned being a fainter. Oh, how long I'm out for. Thank you. Sorry, Dills. Yes, in regards to that, only a few seconds. I've never been out for more than a minute. I think the longest has only been like less than 10 seconds. I've never been out for very long. It's more a vasovagal reaction, what they call it, where it's just like burp, and then when I'm down there, I come to pretty quickly. Sorry about that. Kangaroos are content on being jerks. Nah, they're fine. They just hop away, quite literally. Morning, Sharpa. Morning. Okay. He would have been executed. Hitler 100% would have been executed, and that's why I think he did it himself, right? Honestly, my World War II knowledge is pretty lacking. I've spoken about this before. But you can't help but learn some things, and so I guess I just don't have that the same way I was just talking about people who have morbid curiosity. I simply don't. I get too sad sometimes when I think about these tragedies because it was sad. It was horrific. It makes me very, very sad. It was awful. So I know that I've been a bit blasé about things, but that's because if I'm not blasé about it, it makes me actually cry thinking about these literally millions of people. And that's also probably why I don't learn about it, because it just makes me cry, and I guess I'm being avoidant. I never knew gingers could be be as beautiful. Gingers are like often fetishized, so I guess there's a difference between fetishized and beautiful, but you know what, I guess I'll take the compliment. I don't know. I'll say Gen V really helps the boy story. It's kind of unique that you need to watch another show to get the main story. Okay, sweet. Yeah, very how they move talked all that ish too. I thought I was talking about Johnny Somali. Yes, this one. He could get rehabilitated. Oh, that's a good point. Does he want to? I think that you raise a very good point. People can only be therapized and rehabilitated if they choose to want to get better themselves. And Johnny Somali is not showing any indication of wanting to be better. He doesn't seem to show any remorse for what he's done. He has insulted Japan after everything that went over there, and just seems to be doing the same thing in Korea. I think that people just want him to be jailed so he doesn't do it again. Because that's the thing, right? Is after 6 months, he's just going to go to another country and do the same shit again. So that would be why it would be nice for him to be in a jail. Do I think that it is Korea's responsibility to do it? No. But it's got to be someone's responsibility, right? Can he be deported and then just not be allowed his passport and not be allowed to travel? That feels like, at least, I was going to say, is he from Somalia? I know Johnny Somali. I just kind of assume he's from Somalia. So, or is he an American? I actually don't know. I don't think I've cared enough to think of that. But he should be deported back to his country. He shouldn't be allowed a passport. And then it's just his country of origin's problem. That feels at least something, right? I don't think it's fair that Korea has to be the ones to make the example, maybe. Anyhow, streaming straight to jail. I need your help in rehabilitation because I'm sick of you. It's very easy. You just have to leave the live stream if you're sick of me. It's you don't have to stay, but if it's an addiction, then call me an enabler. Why didn't Hitler like playing golf? He'd always get stuck in the bunker. Ayo. Some of these dudes just need a hug and a family. Yes, and that's the thing is I don't want to discount a lot of the horrific things that these monsters actually have done, because it is horrific. But I am aware that if we look at it through a modern context with a lot of the people who, how do I want to say this delicately? I don't think I can say it delicately. So I will just say it as is. There have been a lot of mass shootings over the last however many years, and that is a modern context, rather than looking at the world wars, for example. and there is a wonder of how can we stop these things from happening. Is it someone that who is isolated and they need good role models in their life? They're feeling lonely. Is that what it is? Are they just simply monsters? And what can one do to stop someone reaching that level? You know, because that becomes harm to literally to so many other people. I guess I know some people are talking about intervention and just the flagging on the internet and seeing if they're in these groups and stuff. I don't know what the behind the scenes of flagging content looks like, but I guess we just hope that we can get better at it and intervene in that regard. But what can we do to make people happier? Because so many people are like, oh, you know, it's on the parents. But as sometimes these parents are also uneducated and didn't even mean to have a kid. So I think if we had answers, we wouldn't have these situations, I guess is how I look at it. And it just sucks. And that's why it gets into this horrible cycle. Anywho, let's, hello. I'll catch up with chat and then we'll move on because this is a little bit depressing. People aren't born evil, they learn it, you think? I do think for the majority it is nurture rather than nature. I do agree with this, but I think there's also sometimes you're like, was there literally anything that anyone could do for this person? Shrug. And that's the problem, right? Is we just don't know. But yeah, I think helping rehabilitate people with some warm food and some company is definitely an optimistic way of looking at it. And I like to believe the same thing. Would you ever make fun of people in public for views? No. I not intentionally. It might be an accident and I'll get clipped out of context, but I wouldn't intentionally do it. I don't think that sounds like a lot of fun. I don't like... Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Plus, that implies that what I do for views, and I think that is another conversation to be had that can be quite unhealthy. I do what I do because I like it. I think that if I were hungry for a higher viewer count, then there are definitely some things that I could do that would help with that. And so... making fun of people in public for views, that's not a high that I am trying to chase. I'm not trying to chase this higher view. If a higher view count comes with what I do, then so be it, but I'm not chasing that. So definitely wouldn't be going out of my way to make fun of people at their expense just for a couple extra clicks. That doesn't sound like a very nice thing to do. The monster series on Netflix, Dharma, Menendez, and I can never say Gain. They're so good. I find it just depressing. Let's ask Marion make honeymoon. All right. Oh my gosh, Ella, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That is very, very kind. Thank you. I hope you're well. Thank you. I like your nose. Thank you. We were talking about this before, that people don't really comment on my nose a lot. So I'm glad it's getting some attention. Thanks, Buddy Bear. And God as well. If a white man hurts a colored person, does the white man die? I guess only if it is in a place that has the death penalty still. Otherwise, they would get in prison, I would hope. Right? I don't really know what you're trying to ask them. Okay. I'm just catching up here. I can't wait for the doco about my crimes one day. You know what, Toke? I didn't know that you were committing so many, so I can't wait to see that as well. You're cute, people puppy. Why did Jon Snow go to the Apple Store? For the what? And now their watch is over, so maybe they won't bother going back. I think I could create a sort of basic training program for Johnny Somali, but it would be insanely expensive and no one should expend that kind of energy for him. Just isolate them so he can't do damage. See, this is actually what I was trying to get at. You've put it much better than I was. Is the best thing to be trying to put resources into one person who doesn't seem to want to have the resources? Or is it best just to lock them away, forget about them, and make sure that they aren't impacting the larger group, you know? Oh my God, $30!
Subs for the community and a gift for you. Treat yourself to a nice meal this weekend.
Thank you. I will. It'll probably be a brunch. Ah, thank you, Enlock. That is very sweet. And thank you for gifting to the community as well. I genuinely appreciate that. That is, I will. You know what? I've been thinking about going into London and watching a musical, so that might cover my tickets to going to the musical. So thank you. Very much appreciated. Only Jesus Christ saves, or even Christ. How do I treat cardiac arrhythmia when I see you? Deep breaths, maybe. I don't know. See a doctor. So Johnny Somali, is he beyond rehab? I think hopefully the lack of internet might reset him. Hopefully. Hi, BBH. Why are you trying to become British? I'm not trying to become British. That is, I just wanted to move to this side of the planet because I wanted to go travel Europe, and I've got plenty of European trips planned. So I'm not trying to become British. Ignorance is bliss. Amen. There are many people like him. It would be nice if they could be helped. Yes, exactly. So it's not just about Johnny Somali, it's about others. But I think that becomes a bigger thing of how does one see the signs, like prevention, right? It's about prevention rather than rehabilitation. And I don't have enough information there. You know, once you become British, those 2 teeth have to go. Good thing I'm not becoming British, I guess. It was a compliment. Sorry for the inadequate way of delivering. I meant to say you look gorgeous. No, you're so fine, Georgie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're more beautiful than Hailey Bieber. Hailey Bieber is very beautiful, so that is quite the compliment. We don't want him, Johnny Somali. Fair enough, Kiwi man. Can it be preemptively diagnosed? Would implying someone is predisposed to evil deeds accurate, or would it be both self-fulfilling when they either cured through treatments, possibly never likely to in the first place, or confirmed through actions, possibly because that is what is expected? Exactly, and that's where it comes into philosophy, psychology. There was a whole musical called Wicked that talked about it. That was based on a book, I guess, rather than the musical. But I kid you not, Wicked the musical legitimately covers that.
Snacks for the new D&D fam. To be clear, they are to know the snacks are from me.
Yes, sir. Okay. I will make sure to bring the snacks specifically. They're quite a Pepsi crowd, so maybe I can bring over a box of Pepsi cans for them. And also, I don't know what snacks they are. They have a lot of crisps, but I will look into this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Enlo. Hope you're well as well. What are we talking about? Johnny Somali and evil people. And I'm not saying that they're one and the same. You can decide for yourself. Some people never had that, and it shows, yeah. It's definitely a lot of passport that shouldn't be revoked. This is Johnny Somali. Thank you for the follow. However, the prison sentence will surely make any future visas or admittance to other countries less likely. That's a good point,
doing
Raven.
my
I didn't
part.
consider that. The child not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. We all need community and to feel belonging and purpose. Hi, Xavier. It's been ages I've had the chance to pop in. Last I saw you were in a room with lots of plants. Yes, and now I am in another country. So that's why I am yet to rebuild my plants. Oh, Kiwi man, I have to send you a photo. But I wasn't going to show you until I've repotted. But I am very excited. I'm very, very, I'm very happy. I think this weekend, you know what? I'm not going to send you a photo this weekend. I will do something and then it will be time to show off. Let AI deal with it. Hi, Goat, by the way. Find all the shooters before they do it. It would be interesting, and this comes back to kind of what Schmick was saying of if you're flagged for being evil, let's say, if AI is like, this person is showing signs, and you're like, what am I showing signs of? Me? What the heck? But I also have to remember that there are a lot of people out there that have ways of talking that is very different to me, so I don't think that I would get flagged. Got away with it too many times. This is Johnny Somali. My hot reductive take is that they're probably from a one-parent home. Mother who he walked over could have been on an episode of Scared Straight. He needs a proper timeout than a job where he can do something to be proud of, like building a fence. Hopefully. I hope so. Let me put it this way. I am curious to see what happens after 6 months. I don't know if 6 months, 2 years. I was surprised at 6 months maybe is the real answer to this. But I don't know if any longer would actually help. Maybe that's what it is. We're in Australia, so I'm not originally from Australia, but I lived in Melbourne for a while. Hi, Subaru. Hi, someone on the net. Catch up with chat. Can I have some mayo? Yeah, you can have some mayo. Disclaimer. Where's this disclaimer? this content is AI generated. Why do people keep saying that? Do I really seem like I'm AI generated? Is this like meant to cause a rise? I want to know so that I know how I'm supposed to answer these things. What's wrong with your eyebrows? I probably should pluck my monobrow. That's all I can think of. How's the pan digging going? It's doing well, I guess. Thank you, Oliver, for the compliment on my eyes. I think you can always help, but can you help enough with given resources and time? Who knows exactly? Bigfoot. The hair color is not you, girl. What? Pickle Rick? How dare? How dare? Whatever the reason, I don't think we should platform them. Yes, that is a good way of putting it, Sarian. That I can absolutely agree with. And it really sucks that they are allowed a platform. So I guess then that is where things like Twitch and YouTube can come into play to try and not give them what they want, which is the attention, right? Yeah. That might be something there. Tonight, I learned what bricked up is. Sorry, Doug. Sorry, we taught you. Not to be a dick, you're beautiful. Thank you. Leave it natural. Wait, my hair? You think that my hair is not natural? Is that what you mean? No, this doesn't get heavy to hold whatsoever. Yeah, Wait, you think my hair's not natural? Is that what you meant by the hair color's not you? I thought you were gonna say that I should dye my hair color, because there are a lot of people who have hair colors that they're born with that they don't suit. I'd highly recommend Poland. Yes, I really want to go to Poland as well. Which game do you plan on playing first? I don't know. I'll probably play like an Elder Scrolls game just to test it. You have no clue what you're talking about? Yes, that is, yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there. That's why I constantly say, I don't know, I'm just out here talking live and I don't know what I'm saying most of the time. So you're not getting any disagreements over here. Bicycle might be the best transportation tool in Europe in the current circumstances. Relatively slow, but runs on cheap chicken soup indeed. And it's so easy in Europe because they actually have bike lanes. Not so much in England, I've noticed, but in the European countries, they do seem to be okay. Pepsi, Coke. I like Pepsi over Coke as well. I found it genuinely different between countries. So Pepsi and Coke is okay. I haven't thought about this, but I also don't really drink it either. Hey, you're from Ichuka. Hello. Awesome setup and quality. Thank you. My sun is shining now, so it probably will make the side a little bit too bright, but then it will disappear again, and we'll see how it goes. People worry about Chinese soft-shelled turtles being frisbeed on a turtle farm. Aw. Still wear sweatshop-made clothes. Yeah, also this 100%. But I didn't know about the soft-shelled turtles. Now I'm really sad for another reason. You're not funny today. Well, hopefully I'll be funny tomorrow. How about that? I can try again tomorrow. Today I came to know what is bipolar disorder because of you. Because you're getting manic depressive because of my stream. Yeah, that feels about right. That feels about right. I don't like the idea of pre-crime. I kid you not, I read that as pre-something else with a C, but nonetheless. Yeah, it feels invasive, hey. It feels invasive. Free Palestine? Amen. I think he thought there won't be punishment because he's American. So he is American. Okay. Yeah, I'm tending to agree, Gary, but at the same time, there should still be some empathy towards another culture and people. Like, they're still people, unless he doesn't see them as people. And then now we're talking a whole nother issue, you know? YouTube chat is very different, but we're learning. Saying you look AI generated is probably just from the newest form of trolling. Yeah, fair enough. There's a lot of, is this pre-recorded? I wonder if YouTube has a lot of pre-recorded content. The only thing I can think of is you're cute, so they don't believe you're real. Thanks, Anne. YouTube says it's AI because they flip through, show 3 fingers in front of face. Otherwise, you're a bot. Yeah, that's, yeah. If you're not responding immediately to the chat. Oh, actually, you might be onto something. So maybe it's me being a different audience and generation. So TikTok, for example. Do you remember that phase when people were doing the like NPCs? So I think there is a much faster pace that's going on when it comes to vertical content that we're probably not as well versed with from the Twitch community, and maybe that's what it is. It's like, if you're not immediately giving me instant gratification that I'm used to when it comes to short form content, that is how you find vertical live content, is through the short form content, which feels very counterintuitive, then they will just say, well, this is pre-recorded or a bot or not real or whatever. Maybe. I don't know. We're learning. It is interesting. How about that? Rupert Grint's face doesn't suit his red hair. Ooh, I hadn't considered what hair color he would have. I feel like he looks like a stereotypical redhead, though. I'm not sure. Our son, yes, our son. That's cute. Your hair and eyebrow color discrepancy is giving Welsh based on my limited experience. I wouldn't know. So I got nothing for you there. Almost 5 a.m. Well, hopefully you have gotten some rest or will get some. Can confirm Clem has approachable intelligence. Yes, I am not so intimidated. I'm just dumb enough where people feel like they can come and talk to me. Okay, Emma Watson wasn't a very good actor. I think she played a great Hermione. I don't think I've seen her play a great anything else. She's half Aussie. Not quite, but close enough. You're very good. Greetings from Mexico City. Hola, hola, saludos. I'm not familiar with this. I'm Bruce Wayne, but hola. People just want attention. Yeah, exactly. They just say outlandish stuff. Also this, I have to remember this. Sometimes people are just saying them, like, why do you have a mustache, for example? No person in there, like, is saying you have a mustache because they actually think I have a mustache. And I don't take this as offense because I know that I don't have a mustache. But I wish I did. I've been trying to grow it for almost 30 years now. Do you think it's coming in nicely? So a lot of people like this, I am aware, are saying it because they think that I'll get offended. And I'm like, why would I get offended? Like, I am seeing the same picture that you are seeing. I see this every single day. In fact, I see it much closer as well. Anyway, I'm working on it. I'm working on the mustache, okay? I'm trying. You're a pre-recorded bot? Fuck you. Stuff you, Clem approves. Rude. Yeah, I've never used the TikTok as well. Bleep bloop. Milkshake. Oh, yeah. Like, ice cream. Yum, yum. I thought you were working on stand-up material. I'm not doing a good job. Hey, Gary. Aussie and British make Welsh based on my limited experience. Yes, I'm not sure I agree with you there, Fred, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. I prefer my content to be consumed horizontally for more satisfaction. What? I slammed my toe for a second. Ouch. I need to take a rehab minute. That's cute. Good reference. 3 a.m. in California. Damn, you guys are up late. Oh, yeah, I think I have to add Clem Approves over on YouTube. Can we not call Clem Australian? It's highly offensive to us real Aussies. Yeah, stop it. I'm not Australian, damn it. I love the mustache. What do they mean? Right? I've really been working hard on it. Anyhow. Don't we all start with bitty hair? Bitey hair? I don't know what this is. Where are you from? New Zealand, Emanuela. Thank you for asking. I don't think of it as a sword fox. He might be happy to see you. Eyebrows. Fun fact, I have 2 mustaches. Oh, does that mean that you've got like a split down the middle here where it's like one distinctive one here and one distinctive one here? Or is it like a double one here? Like, because that would be kind of cool if you had like a mustache that was coming out of your nostrils and then you got like one on your upper lip. That would be badass. Actually, I really want to see this. Blonde fuzz. I saw some blonde fuzz. Fair enough. Because like we have hair like all over our cheeks and stuff as well, right? Can I feel it? I feel like I have longer chin hairs than I do mustache hairs. Why does no one comment on my beard? It's always a mustache. Like, I swear, like if I actually to analyze my facial hairs, I genuinely think that I've got longer chin hairs than mustache hairs. So no one's commenting on my beard. Rude. Anyway, hello from Australia. Hi, Shane Walker. How you going? I'm a pre-recorded bot. I believe it. I was checking for a sword emote. YouTube really is disappointing cousin of Twitch. I will make sure to fix that up, Clever Bruce. Thank you. Your hair is great. Well, apparently it's not natural. Apparently I chose this hair color. I can tell you, I did not choose this hair color. If I had to choose a hair color, I would not have chosen the red. I have a mustache. I was shaving my beard and I was like, wait a second, can I pull this off? I was like, of course I can. And now I have a healthy baby mustache. Congratulations. I hope you love it. Ooh la la, indeed. 5 a.m. here. I've already come to the terms with the fact I won't sleep tonight. Yeah, I've noticed that you've been struggling even more with sleep, human. Make sure that you're not staying up just for the streams. But it just sucks when you're struggling with sleep. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Googie I. Fetus hair. Lanugo is the fine, soft, downy hair that covers a fetus in the womb. Gross. I feel, why does that sound so gross? Starting around 16 to 20 weeks of gestation, it acts as a protective layer helping to hold the vernix, a protective greasy coating in place, insulating the body and protecting the skin from amniotic fluid. There we go. So anyone who wants someone to be hairless, you just want to fuck something that's not human. And you know what? Fair enough. I feel like a lot of us are in that boat. Your mustache rivals mine. I'm impressed. Thank you. Thank you. But what about my beard? New Zealand, does it even exist? Yeah, totally. It totally exists. It's totally. It's created, yeah, by Tolkien. Exactly. I'll send you some mustache wax that actually would genuinely be very helpful. But the thing is, like, isn't it if you tried, like, if I were to try and wax whatever I have here, it would probably just grow back more obviously, right? Right? I feel like that would be, it would come back darker or something. I like your brick wall. I like my brick wall too. I have a shamely gap under my nose, so I can never grow a Charlie Chaplin. Well, we can't all have that look, and we probably shouldn't. My youngest was born with furry ears because she was early. Took a couple of weeks for it to fall out. Damn, okay. Two mustaches can be interpreted in other ways. Oh. Cheeky. Real soul patch indeed. Because they're saying nice mustache, you can't in good conscience say nice beard because your beard is awful to look at. You raise a good point. First time I ever got slapped in the face by a girl was for asking why she had a mustache. I wasn't being facetious, I guess. Being mean is probably what that's meant to say. I was around 11 or 12, didn't have filters, and I'd never seen a girl with one before. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that when people say online, it's just because they think that they see someone who is femme presenting and they're like, okay, let me say all the things that will help well, not help, but will make them feel insecure and discredit them by removing their femininity. I'm like, you're the one who has put feminine as my identity, not me. So if I had no hair, okay, like my hair is not my identity. My hair is not what makes me a girl. My facial hair, like all of this kind of stuff is societal. You're not attacking an identity that I don't even associate with, you know? But I can understand that someone who might be more interested in having an incredibly feminine look would be more insecure about it. And so I say that for cis women, for trans women, people who are wanting to have a very, very feminine appearance might have more insecurities about it. And that is understandable, but I don't think that should be the only thing that makes us who we are. And I think for me in particular, a lot of these ideals of what feminine and masculine look like us changing from generation to generation anyhow, and the idea of femininity being associated with hairlessness is just ridiculous, isn't it? Just like, I can understand masculinity being associated with with long, thick, dark hair, because typically you have high levels of testosterone. That's where you've got bald, beard, body hair. Like high levels of testosterone, I think, does create more of this hairy appearance. And so I can understand being like, well, that's a man's man, or a very mask because of that. So what would the opposite would be hairless, but that is just ridiculous. That the opposite of masculinity, it doesn't have to be like it would be femininity in this binary sense, of course, which I also don't agree with. But in this binary sense, the femininity is the opposite end of the spectrum, but that doesn't mean that it's hairless. It's just opposite of masculine instead of the embracing of feminine, right? That's not how it balances, right? Anyhow, maybe I'm wrong about that. Clem's not balding, it just has longer to go on the alien head. No, you're fine, you're not mean. Hey, madam, you look beautiful today. Thank you. You sound beautiful with your compliments. Feminine is that weird sci-fi sounding instrument that you play by waving your hands. Yeah. Woo. Tuning in from New Zealand. Kia ora, George. Welcome on in. It is a pleasure to have our Kiwis here. Thank you. We have a few Kiwis in the chat. In fact, I'm one too. Isn't it associated because men didn't shave and women did? Shaving for women, I believe, and I would have to double check this. The only thing I know historically is more from I'm just going to say it, from the genitals. So shaving the genitals, and this is not even for women really, it came from prostitution and escorts and basically trying to not have crabs. So the clean shaven from below the belt is literally stemmed from sex work. Makes sense, helps keep the crabs out if you don't have anything for them to crawl around in. I know that sounds really gross, but anyhow. So that's where clean shaven kind of got adopted from even like thousands of years ago, I think. However, I'm not so certain about the shaving elsewhere. Because if you look at even sculptures from thousands of years ago, there are a lot of sculptures where the men are depicted without beards. So that implies that they did shave. So I'm not convinced on this this thought of it being that men didn't shave, because I know that women shaving is more of a modern thing as well. Shave your head bald then. Well, I did at one point. I have a photo somewhere, but I've already done it. I don't have to do it again. You're going bald. I'm here for it. Yeah. I'm just trying a new look, you know. I think this woman is a feminine woman. What do you guys think? I think that is how I look, yes. But I don't necessarily feel like... I don't feel very feminine. I think I look feminine as a baseline, especially with long hair. But a lot of guys have long hair too. Like, if you think of the Vikings, it's like... this association. You can't really say that the Vikings don't look masc, you know. What is the topic? That is a great question, George. We are, I guess, talking about femininity now. One of the STDs make your hair fall off. Really? They wanted to hide that to seem healthy. So they wouldn't have patches. Gross. Yeah, sanitation in medieval times, even earlier. Then you have the syphilis times where ladies use merkins to cover it up. Oh my God! Yeah, see, this is the thing. It's all trends. And it all is just what we think of now. But anyhow. Yeah, lots of metalheads have long hair as well. Exactly right. We got people in our community who are guys who have long hair. But I will catch up with some other things on top of this. Baby hair count of parents develops around the 4th or 5th month of pregnancy. This is for the fetus hair, starting with the face and spreading to the entire body. Shedding. Most babies shed the hair before birth. Okay. So that's why as Anne's daughter had the furry ears, because it wouldn't have been shed yet because they were born early. Okay. Shed hair is consumed by the fetus. Ew. Babies are gross, man. You have great cheekbones. Thank you. But I'm glad that you like my beard on top of that, Rob. What do you call it? I just call it ginger tweeb rather than strawberry blonde. Strawberry blonde never felt right. I feel like strawberry blonde is more close to blonde rather than the orange that I think my hair is. I have a lot of facial hair just in case you want a real beard because you don't have any facial hair. Damn. But here I was talking about my beard. You're really insulting me by saying that I don't have my any facial hair. But yes, we could share perhaps. Are you a real redhead? Yes, yeah. I know that a lot of people might think I'm not because I do have these dark eyebrows. But it is natural, both my eyebrows and my hair. Eyebrows aren't always the same hair color as the top. And I am an example of that. Meconium. Real bad poop, though. I don't know this one. Orange head or redhead? What is the right? I say redhead is fine. Redhead, ginger. I don't really feel like strawberry blonde is me. Auburn, maybe copper top. Ranger. I feel like it's the color of an orangutan, so Ranger doesn't offend me, but it would offend other gingers. So, you know, just be mindful of using that term for others. But for me, it's fine. Pretty sure growing back thicker is a crochet. Oh, really? Okay, never mind then. If your mustache is the same color as your head hair, it's never going to be visible. Yeah, I feel like I have red hair, dark eyebrows, and then like very, very fine blonde-ish hairs on my face. Elizabeth Taylor, also born hairy ears. Okay. Redhead is the word. It was made up before orange was discovered. Exactly. Your third cousin, also hairy ears. Cute. Do you say fuck? Yes, I do say fuck. Did you get those boots? Oh, I forgot to order them before I went overseas, and then I went back on my throne. I was like, shit, I need to order them. So yes, thank you. I will do that after stream today. I'll do that. I'll do that. Cool. May your first child be a masculine child. That line is that in The Godfather, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, theremin is the one, not feminine. Theremin. Most Asian men aren't masculine because they don't grow much body hair. It's bullshit. Well, I do agree. Sorry, I should say yes, I agree. I do think it's bullshit. I don't know if there's anything that correlates with Asian men typically having lower testosterone, and again, that does testosterone isn't what makes a man a man. And I'm not talking about what makes a man or makes a man masculine. But I am, I guess, recognizing where the terms have come from or curious where the terms have come from through a Western look, perhaps. Maybe that's what it is. Not really a spoiler, but catch up on the boys. Oh, sorry. Not really a spoiler. Where was this? Catch up on the boys, and it sort of addresses that. Sweet. Thank you, Sarian. Okay. Yeah, it depends on the cultures. That's a good point, Rob, about hair. It's crazy with keys, but then you have an apple. Nom, nom, nom. Okay, John Wick also has long hair. Good point. I can't grow a full beard. Don't worry, neither can I. I follow this woman who doesn't have shave any of her body, and she speaks on the benefits of having body hair. Oh, cool. And so I feel like hair is meant to keep us warm and stuff, right? It is kind of bizarre that we shave what is very natural, right? And that goes to like any gender as well. I do think there's probably a lot of benefits, but I also don't want to be stinky. The whole shaving your legs and pits thing was invented by Gillette to sell more razors. There we go. Vega for half a second, and we're talking about Lanego. Apparently, this is the first time I've heard this word, though. I just subscribed. Thank you. Much appreciated. I have looked into getting alerts for YouTube, and so I do know how to do it. I just haven't set it up. In fact, I did start setting it up, and then I was like, oh, this is a much bigger process than I realized. But it should be set up for next stream, hopefully, or maybe next week. So then I will be able to see more, obviously, when people subscribe. My eyebrows are mostly dark with some blonde thrown in it. That's cute. Yeah, I can call myself a ginger as well. George Gingivitis. Okay, I'm almost catch up. Ranger, yeah, that's such a classic Australia, New Zealand insult. Hey. Do curtains match the drapes? Why do you want to know? Because I feel like it's one thing to talk about my hair color, but the fact that you're thinking about drapes and curtains, rather, like that's a you thing. Fun syphilis fact. Most countries around Europe have regional names. In France, they call it the Neapolitan disease. Germany, French disease. Oh, okay. All right. Sometimes you use the same product that your wife will use and use it on your balls and around your dick. Doesn't make it nice and soft. I think many women have blonde hairs on their face. Exactly. But it's not just women. I would like to make that clear. It's anyone. A lot of people have very fine hairs that will not be super obvious. I don't think it's even blonde. It's like white hairs. Even people with dark skin will have these very, very fine hairs. And at that point, it's not even like the hair doesn't even really have a proper color. It's just the stuff that's like on your cheeks. Obviously, if you grow a full beard or whatever, that's where it can be more obvious. But the ones that are up here and whatnot, there are on everyone. Where are you streaming from? I'm from the North Island. Well, I'm originally from Hamilton, but I live in Southampton in the UK now, so much further from New Zealand these days. I just moved to the UK in March. Hello from Nashville, Tennessee. Hello, Jet Builder. I never heard Ranga growing up, so when I first heard it, I thought it was referencing someone from Tauranga. That's so funny. That's where the guy happened to be from. That's so funny. I love that. Yeah, definitely not, but that's adorable. Okay, but how did you learn that it wasn't from Tauranga? What association? What happened that made you go, "Oh, I've had it wrong this whole time"? Oh yeah, alopecia is one where they wouldn't have the thing. Can we talk about Maori? Yeah, if you want. I feel like I am a little bit far behind, but like what do you want us to talk about in particular? Sometimes we have conversations about Maori culture and the language, which for those who don't know, is the indigenous people of New Zealand. But usually, I don't know, it just kind of comes up organically if we just go from one topic to the next. I don't often sit down and be like, today we're going to talk about Māori and Te Reo Māori or Te Ao Māori or Te Kaupapa Māori, like, you know, there's whatever. Testosterone makes your hair fall out. Only your head, though, right? That's probably where the short hair for men comes from, the military preventing lice as well. That's a good point. I guess it would make sense to just shave everyone's short hair to not have to worry about that in the military. Obsession about testosterone can certainly make a man meh. Yeah, that's a good point. What makes a man? Testosterone. That does feel like very manosphere behavior. Hey. The Industrial Revolution, when people started being crammed together and keeping short hair, was good for sanitary reasons. Yes, I've never thought about this, but it makes a lot of sense. And that's why the Romans did it as well. Fair enough. During the 15th and 16th century European syphilis epidemic, nations frequently named the disease after their enemies or neighbors, creating a blame game to deflect from its true origins. Damn, they were spicy over there. Good morning, Tommy. You're Irish Jewish because you're from Israel. Have you ever done one? I don't even know what this word is, to be honest. Chitlins. Your teeth remind me of Mr. Ed. Well, they shouldn't, because I have to get a refund from my orthodontist if so. I'm not sure what this one is, sorry. But no, I'm neither Irish nor Jewish. Thanks, Silver, for the hug. Well, the Romans were partly an exception. The Spartans did cut their hair, but they did comb and clean it to a degree you wouldn't find often, but that goes back to martial culture from birth. Yeah, so that's more about a discipline rather than this sanitary side of things. Yeah, because I could imagine that. It's like why in the military they are so militant about making the beds, right? It's that discipline. And so I guess the hair is another one. Your camera quality is so good. Thank you. It's an expensive camera, so I'd hope it is. The only thing is that I have competing light from the sun. I've been here for half an hour and still confused. Well, that's just how these streams go, hey. Why we sold women to colonizers? Oh, from the Maori? Well, I feel like that is... that is one that I don't feel like I'm equipped to handle today, but maybe in the future we can talk about colonization in general. I've been here for 4 years and I'm confused too, exactly. 2 years of Latin, that's cool. That is really cool. They did have long hair, there we go. Are you familiar with Chatham? Is that a place? No. Where are you from? I'm from New Zealand. Yes, I have a Maori mother, is my background. Oh, it's pig intestines. No, I don't know this one. See you later, Silver. 3 whole years? Badass. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Yo, cleaned, so also known as chitterlings. Cleaned boiled pig intestines. But this says it's considered a southern US soul food dish. I wonder how that's meant to correlate, but again, I don't think this person is asking with good faith, you know? My Latin is rusty, my Latin is non-existent. I thought your background was bricks. Is that how it feels like talking to me? I've always been here for 3 years, must almost be time to leave, that's the one. Anyway, guys. I am very pleased that things are working. The fact that I can screen mirror is excellent. The fact that we have the vertical stream working and the horizontal all on YouTube. I think that we're slowly but surely finding a rhythm which will hopefully encourage me to be a little bit more consistent with streams again. Do you kōrero? So my te reo Māori is very poor. I don't speak Māori well at all. I can understand a bit, but I can't say that I am fluent in any shape or form. But I have gone on many rant here on my live streams about why that is, about the systemic issues that Māori face in New Zealand. But I don't feel like I have it in me today. Cool. So I've never had chitlins, but I know people who swear by them, really. Well, I guess it just is reminding me of sausage. I'll have to have a look at it. Will there be some comedy? Not from me, but to the people in the community, they're quite funny. Your channel just popped up as I was scrolling. I don't know what your channel is about, but I like your personality. Thank you, Mr. Money. That is very kind. I also don't know what my channel is about. I think that if I did understand and know what that is, I'd probably do a better job at promoting it. But nonetheless, I don't really speak Māori, Rob. No, it's I have Māori roots. I have Māori middle name. I have I am Maori, don't get me wrong, but I don't speak the language. The same way I suppose people can have a parent who is from a European country but not necessarily grow up learning that language. I think in New Zealand growing up, it is something that I feel a lot more emotionally invested or attached or upset by, because like I said, I do think there are a lot of systemic issues that mean that people are not taught the language. There's a lot of people who are like, well, you can just go learn the language. It's like, but why is Māori not taught in schools, for example? It's unfair, I think, to assume that someone who is Māori should be the one to make sure that they learn Māori, especially when there are decades and generations of people not speaking Māori as survival. My grandparents had gone through it. Even my mother has gone through it. My mother has a lot of guilt herself for not being fluent in Māori, and so we've had long conversations about this too. But it's not our fault that the country were beating people just for speaking Māori. Like that's not on us. That is like that's what I'm saying is this implication of systemic issues. If not that many decades ago, people were getting beaten just for speaking the language in a place where that is what the national language is, of course it's going to cause a spillover effect where people aren't teaching their kids Māori. And especially if the older generations aren't even able to be fluent themselves, it makes it much harder to teach. And I am seeing a resurgence. My brother went out of his way to become fluent in Māori when he was about my age, so about 30. And so he has taught his kids Māori as a first language. So I do think that the millennial generation, maybe even Gen X as well, are trying to break that cycle, but it's still going to take a while before we see people being fluent in Māori, especially if the country is not putting in a lot of measures to embrace that in people who are not Māori as well. Anywho, so that is my take, but I think that I'll leave it there because it's like I said, it's something that makes me quite emotional, and I don't think I have the energy to be able to cover it at the moment. What's your favorite episode of SpongeBob? Maybe the hash slinging slasher. I don't know. I watched a lot of SpongeBob as a kid, but I'm not as big a fan as some people seem to be. Hi, Brucey. How you going? Thank you for being here. And thank you as well for the follow and the raid. Gonna have to subscribe to learn more about New Zealand. It's kind of a mythical place for me, being about as far away as you can get. New Zealand is genuinely like they wouldn't have filmed an entire not only a fantasy world as in the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit in New Zealand if it wasn't exactly how it is depicted. It is so gorgeous over there. But there's also Alien Covenant, I believe they filmed in New Zealand as well, because it's like, well, we got to show an alien planet, and New Zealand is genuinely so gorgeous. The channel's an enigma. Nobody really knows what's going on. Exactly. Something about the Mike and Wall Scream stand-up is crazy, isn't it? And here I am sitting down. Hi, Robin. I wonder if they have kangaroos in New Zealand. There are some rogue kangaroos that got introduced. I think it's in it's wallabies. So there aren't kangaroos in New Zealand natively, but I think some wallabies got introduced in the South Island, and they're trying to clean them up. They do have kiwi birds, exactly. No way kangaroos can swim that far. This is also true. Your brother was doing something with the government about Maori education. Not the government, but he is a, I guess, mentor would be. He's not quite a teacher. Like he doesn't like traditional schooling, so he doesn't consider himself a teacher. He is basically a contractor that teaches Maori culture in not only schools, but in marae as well. Marae are meeting houses. And so it's kind of, I think he'd be more like a lecturer. If I was to put a more English word on it, he's like a lecturer or guest speaker. I think those are probably terms that would be easiest. And so he gets asked to come in and speak. So he does speeches, I suppose, but he does do a little bit of teaching through that with at schools. But he didn't like the schooling system as an actual teacher. It's not your fault you didn't have the tools given to you to learn. Exactly. I think it's changing though. I've grown up on the Bay of Plenty, so there's quite a large Maori population, but I'm sure there are places, I think, I'm not sure what that word was meant to be, but yes, where no Maori is taught whatsoever. Exactly right. My grandparents were punished for practicing the language. I speak a little but not fluent. Yes, yeah, I don't even like saying I speak any Maori because I can barely string together a sentence these days, but I'd like to learn. It's just a lot harder to learn when I'm in the colonizers' origins over in the UK, but my mum and I have spoken about it, so we hopefully we can learn it at some point. SpongeBob made an actual marine biologist, fun fact. Really? That's cool. Made by an actual marine biologist. That is really fun. What's my favorite romantic movies? I like 10 Things I Hate About You. I think that's fun. Some of Willow was also shot in New Zealand. Oh my god. Romantic movie. Yours is Titanic. Cute. I know a lot of people love the Titanic. Weta Workshop is a huge deal as well. Exactly right. The new Predator. Ooh, yeah. So a lot of people like to film over in New Zealand because of how beautiful it is. From southeast England, so quite a way away from New Zealand, but not too far away from me. I actually am in Southampton these days, Brucey. So I too am a far away waves from New Zealand, but a lot closer to you. Jason. I don't know who Jason Lyric is, sorry. Did you watch the SpongeBob movies? I've only watched one, which was the I'm a goofy goober. You're a goofy goober. That was when I was a kid. With more soul left in her eyes. Well, you'd be wrong about that because I'm a ginger. I gotta go. Thanks, Rob. I'm probably gonna head off soon. I can feel my energy waning. What's male teacher? Matsua. Thank you, Wordach. Yeah, Matsua, I feel like is the best way to explain them, but that's why I'm like, what's the English word? What's the English one? How long have you lived in the UK? Only 1 month, so very, very new. And I've enjoyed myself so far. I've spoken about this before, is I moved more so because I wanted to move to Europe rather than UK specifically. And so I went on a road trip with a friend. And so I was, so not only was I able to live out that fantasy within a short period of time of moving here. I've also got a trip to Denmark planned, a trip to Spain planned, and a trip to Iceland planned. So those are all the things that I was hoping for with my move to Europe. And where I am particularly, I'm in Southampton, and I wasn't thinking that would be a great place to live, because I've got the person I'm living with, I visited them last year, and I was like, like, it's fine, but I'm not so jazzed about living here. But the convenience of having somewhere that I can stay was accepted. But now that I actually am in this city as a resident rather than as a tourist, I actually do like it. It's a very small city. It's quiet, but it has great food. It has great like coffee, and it's close to London. So if I ever do want to pop into London, I can get there nice and easily, especially to the airport and whatnot. And so I think living in Southampton versus, like, I would not say to any tourist to come to Southampton. It's not worth visiting whatsoever. But living here, I actually really like it. And I have gotten very lucky. I've met a group of friends that I play Dungeons and Dragons with and board games with already, and they're just super kind. And I said it earlier today, I just feel like I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. And that's a wonderful feeling to have when I've made such a big change. Do you have Maori ancestors? Yes. My mum is the first degree of Maori ancestry. So my mum is Maori. My grandparents so her parents are both Maori, and so on and so forth. So it's a very, very, very short line to my ancestry of Maori. I am Maori. I just don't, quote unquote, look Maori, which I know can be a bit jarring for people, but that doesn't mean I am any less Maori. Be awesome if you spoke fluent. You could teach our language in the UK. Exactly. So that's, I think it also is just nice for me to feel more confident in my own identity. I went to the British, not the Natural History Museum, just the British, is it National Museum? The British Museum. Maybe it's just the British Museum. And they had this section on Maori culture. And I was just like, like, this is just not right. This is not and so it it would be cool if I had more knowledge, because then I would feel not only can I educate more on such a beautiful culture, but also I think it would just make me feel more, like I said, comfortable and confident in my own identity, because I do think that a lot of people struggle with identity, and unless you find what it is that you like, it can be hard to feel like you know what your place in the world is. And yeah, it would just be nice to speak the language and feel like I can just show off for myself more than anyone else, you know? Hi, Dandles. Good to see you. Just have your brother lecture you on Maori, get free lessons. Yeah. I think that there are a lot of books where you can try and learn Maori. I'd love for even Duolingo to adopt Maori. It would be surface level, but it would be something rather than nothing. So it is something that I want to look into, but I want to look into so many things. So I'll get there eventually. I am a big believer that it's never too late to learn. And so I'll get there. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? No, not that one. 10 Things I Hate About You with Heath Ledger. It's cute. Hi from the States. Hi. Welcome to England. Thank you so much. You're from London as well, from Goblin. Yeah, so I'm not too far away from you either. But thank you for the welcome. I really genuinely enjoyed my stay here. Like I said, I just feel like I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. I like it. I do. I don't think it's the prettiest country. I was flying from my road trip. I was flying like over the Alps from Croatia and all the Austrian and Italian and Swiss Alps, and then I got to England and it was just so flat, and I was like, okay. But to be fair, the Netherlands is also very flat, so I'm not saying that it's just the UK. I love Scotland though. I love being up north in Scotland. Scotland reminded me a lot of New Zealand, and so I would love to go back up there at some point. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's the prettiest country, but I'm just happy where I am for now. And maybe that'll change, maybe it won't change, but I'm glad that I have made this choice. I like it. Yeah, I really like the UK. It's not very much of a culture shock whatsoever. Australia and New Zealand is very similar in culture. And so I think that familiarity also makes it a little bit easier to just be here. Do you like The Notebook? I've never actually seen The Notebook, admittedly. Do you know any other European language or plan to learn? Yes, I know German. My dad is German, and so my German is pretty darn good. I'm trying to get better at being confident in my statements as well. I understand German very, very well. My speaking, not so much. And so that's why I want to practice that. I was actually thinking of moving to Germany or Austria instead of England. So that I could practice the language, but I'm not quite ready for that move. I thought I would start with just coming to Europe. I've got a visa that can last me 3 years, and so I'll just see how I go here. Being in Austria, I did go to Austria on my road trip just a couple weeks ago, and there was a big part of me that was like, okay, I'm really, really enjoying practicing speaking German, because that's something that I'm lacking. Is I can read things, I can listen to people, but actually practicing speaking and having a conversation is where I don't have a lot of opportunity. Someone suggested that that's where something like AI could be useful, is practicing conversations through AI and then being like, hey, like, I don't know the word for this, or can you check my grammar? And I don't mind that idea. It's just not something that I haven't participated in yet. Because then I also have to practice spelling. But being in Austria and being able to speak with people, even just ordering a coffee, for example, it was really cool. And so I definitely want to go over and spend an extended period of time. Maybe I've got family in Germany, so maybe I could spend some time with them to practice as well. Yeah, my mum is mean, Maori mean, exactly. It is British Museum. Lots of stolen stuff, exactly right. You should have called up the museum director, gave him a piece of your mind. It was funny because it made me feel, even in such a foreign country, this was last year before I fully moved, it actually made me feel closer to my home, because it was a bit of history, I guess, of what led to the colonization of New Zealand. So in some ways, in some depressing ways, but in some ways it did make me feel closer to my culture, which was kind of cool. That would be cool. I can add it to my collection of languages I speak badly. Well, how about I'm feeling my energy wane, so I'll probably wrap off soon. So we'll say we'll learn some goodbyes, some hellos and goodbyes at the end of the stream, which won't take too long. You can you can request languages. Oh no, I completely forgot about this. Sorry, see mama. Get the community behind it. We'll have Marty on there next minute. All right, we'll have to look into this. I haven't been on Duolingo for a while, so I have been thinking of popping back on because I'd like to learn some Japanese as well. The Lake District and Cornwall. Yes, I drove through the Lake District, but I haven't had a chance to actually spend time there. And Cornwall I'm a lot closer to, so that would be cool to do. Just because it's flat doesn't mean it's not pretty. It's true. I haven't seen The Bodyguard either. Yes, and movie nights. Now, not even now that I have my second monitor, but now that I just have a comfortable setup, like, I'm very happy with this. This has been really good as well. I know that we didn't really do any reacts, but I think that I'm feeling very comfortable with the setup, which means I will feel more comfortable coming up here to do movie nights. I will have to bring back movie nights for sure. Could have given him the number to brother also for expert consultation. This is true. Yes, my brother is fluent. Sometimes I'll message him and be like, what's the word for this again? Yes, still talking. I am indeed a professional yap master. That's what I do. Can you speak some German for us? Ja. Ich kann ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen mit dir. Was willst du mir sagen? What do you want me to say? I wish I stuck with German, but my high school German teacher was a cunt. Yeah. He tried to get me expelled over miscommunication. Yeah, I can understand why you drop it from there. I thought it was your bro that we learnt about that from. No, that wasn't my brother. I haven't spoken to my brother about Duolingo at all. Guten Abend. Loving your channel, thank you. There's Discord channels for language learning where you can talk to people in voice chat. Oh, that feels really scary though. Too much talking. I have no idea what you're saying, but my ears are bleeding. This is a beautiful thing, Trisha. You can go to another channel. Oh, or I could not talk. Just as a live stream should be. Is this better? Okay, so let me get back to it. Chaka is from Alabama, very nice. No, not American. Australian's not a bad guess, but not Australian either. I'm a New Zealander who lives in UK, so I've got this weird British, not quite British accent, but definitely not American. I think that there's the odd word that I say that I've said this before. Sometimes my R's are quite pronounced, I guess. I used to say that I had a hard R, and then I learned what that meant, and I was like, okay, I should probably not say that. So I know that a lot of my R's are very pronounced, which sometimes can be slightly American, I guess, but in general, it's just my little British accent. Have you tested audio for video clips? Yes, that's actually a great idea. Let's do that. Because like I said, I think that it's not that I've got a headache again, but I can just feel that my energy has been expended a lot today. Talking of beautiful places, I saw someone stream from South African coast the other day. It is so beautiful. I actually went to South Africa just in February and I loved it. And then I saw that some of the large streamers like Valkyrie and Extra Emily went there to film a movie or something. So I have no idea what movie it was, but I watched a little bit of their live stream and I was like, oh my God, I've been there. I know exactly where they are. So that was kind of cool. But I saw some penguins too. I actually have a video on my little penguins at Boulders Beach. The silence is now making me bleed. Silence is golden, duct tape is silver, clementine is orange. Cute. Are you used to say you live in the UK, or does it still feel novel? I think I'm used to it now. I still haven't figured out when I will stop saying like I just moved to the UK. That's something that it has only been a month, so I don't feel too bad about saying, oh, I've just moved to the UK. But I don't feel like it doesn't feel weird. I'm like, no, this is where like I said, this is where I'm meant to be. I live in the UK. I'm used to it. Got to go. No stress, Brucey. Thanks again for stopping by. Just missed a whole combo on your accent, exactly. What part of Great Britain are you from? Very, very south. It's a little place called New Zealand, but I live in Southampton these days. But you could do a great American accent. You said here. Yeah. So my American accent is pretty bad these days. Let me work on it. I used to do what do they call it? Dialect training. So my American accent is okay, but I think I just get a little bit nervous about it. I'm really out of practice. Valley Girl's a lot easier because there's a lot more melody with it, and you can kind of just like have fun, you know, and then just say. But like not having the Valley Girl accent, I used to have a much better American accent, but these days it's subpar. I would have to practice it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It used to be a lot better, I'll tell you that much. It used to be a lot better, but I guess I can't really. How do you say really? How do you say really? Anyway, it's pretty good. Yeah, I could use little bit of work. I guess like trying to just jump into it without really having any practice is intimidating, to say the least. Real E. Yeah, but the Valley Girl is like, you can kind of just disguise a little bit because you're just being silly. I don't think it's a big deal. Bites are much more worrisome, but I'm not a doctor. Not a doctor. Dude, hi, biscuit boy. Yeah. Anyway, it's not something that I need to practice. Is it hot in the UK? Not at the moment. There was some good days where the sun was out, but I would definitely not say it's hot. Clem Dogs, hi Busy. I hope you're well. I'm doing well myself. I want to learn German. I'm even still keeping. I think that learn. Maybe that's just because I was being a little bit silly, but I think that's an example where sometimes my R's are more obvious. I want to learn German rather than learn. I did it for 5 years in school, but having 5 different teachers and the third one didn't know any German at all. Yeah, that doesn't seem like one that would help you, Magpie, whatsoever. My dog just scratched me and broke a bit of skin. Oof. Oh, yeah, so I wouldn't worry about it. My dog in the past has scratched me, like Nine Fox said, it's more bites. But keep an eye on it, and if it's only just happened, you might find that in another hour that the redness will disappear anyhow. You'll be all right. I think you'll be all right anyway. Calling it hot is a stretch in UK. Exactly right. It's like how years after you've lived alone, you keep saying, going home to my parents. Yeah, exactly. I still call New Zealand home. Yeah, I'm going home. Going home. Your accent threw me off. I'm used to the strong Kiwi accent. The Kiwi accent. I used to do a lot of accents because I just thought it would be a lot of fun. I think when I am trying to do a Kiwi accent, I like to channel Jacinda Ardern, Auntie Cindy, as it were. So I can do a strong Kiwi accent, or rather a regular Kiwi accent, and it's actually one of my favorite ones to do. I think it's a lot of fun. But I don't really know how to do a stronger one, you know. I just think it's fun. Anyway, so that's how a New Zealander sounds when I'm not having this British aspect. The New Zealand accent's just fun to do, I think. Night at the Improv, that's the one, Lexington. Valley Girl is hilarious, thank you. It's just fun. I just reached 360 days, congratulations, almost a whole year. You give California Surfer Girl naturally, probably, yeah, the ocean vibes. I've got the long hair. I just, when I was doing, oh no, I won't have any pictures on my computer at the moment. When I was trying to be an actor, I had headshots where I had the beach girl vibes. I was wearing a bit more bohemian look because I wanted to try, and it worked because the photographer also made me look a lot more blonde. That photo, if I find it, basically that one looked like I was strawberry blonde, not this darker orange. That one was blown out strawberry blonde, and so it did give this beachy aspect. Yeah, the New Zealand accent is the one. Sup, shawty, how you going? Hope we're well indeed, Shodan. Hi. Ease my hypochondria. My mother still lives in my childhood home, so that number is labelled home in my phone. That's adorable. Hi, Fist Lyrics. What a time to pop back. When I speak Australian, say rise up lights in American accent. It should sound like razor blades. Okay, rise up lights. Rise up lights. I don't know if I'm trying to say razor blades or rise up lights. I can't do an Australian accent for anyone who wants to know. Where are you? I am in the UK at the moment. Thank you for the follow, Goldwyn. Okay, boom. Headshot. Blasphemy. I will try and find it. I don't think I have my hard drive on me right now, so I won't be able to show you. I don't think I have it on my phone either. Anyway, so I will test some audio and then I will call it because I'm getting very sleepy. Hi, spirits. How you going? Thank you for the message. Where the Diddy party at? You have to tell me if that's what you're looking for, because then we can arrest some more people, I guess. I've been won over even without any stand-up. I'm glad. Why the UK? It was easier to get a visa at the moment. Once I get my German passport, then I will consider moving to one of the EU countries. So I'm trying to get that through my dad's lineage. And it's easy enough process. It's just cumbersome. It's just a longer process. Sexy accent. Thank you. Hi, Brian. UK got the best foods. I would not say that whatsoever. I don't know who's telling you porkies, but nonetheless. But yeah, I wanted to move to Europe and I wanted to travel, and Australia and New Zealand are very, very, very far away from Europe. They're a great place if you want to like travel Asia, for example. It's a lot closer. But I wanted to travel Europe, and I've got a lot of European trips planned already, and I'm very pleased with that. Glad to see you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you. Sound Aussie? I don't know how to sound Aussie. I actually genuinely don't know how to do an Australian accent. Oh, Berlin had the best food. Hell yeah. Solo trips. Some will be solo. Some will be with people. So I think my Denmark trip doesn't really count because I have people who live in Denmark. So like it's a solo trip, but I'm staying with people that live there. My Iceland trip will be a solo trip, and then my Spain trip will be with a friend as well. So a bit of a mixed match. Hi, Running Man. It does sound a mix. Yes, my accent is a mix indeed. Do an Arlo impression. Oh, he is very Aussie. Hold on. Hey, DM. No, that was Kiwi. I don't think I can. Just say mate. I actually can't do an Aussie accent. It's a great place if you want to staging location for an Indo-Pacific campaign. Cute. Steve Irwin. Oh, crikey. No, I really can't. Because I think Aussies are able to turn it on. Crikey. Look at the size of that croc. I actually have no clue. I can do like a lot of British ones, and I just don't know how to do the Aussie one. My morning dump is massive. Well, as long as it was solid, then I feel like that's okay. As long as you're not pushing yourself, make sure to get fiber in you. But size, that doesn't matter so much. It's just impressive. Part of your accent sounds Aussie, but the more I listen, you hear British. Yeah, it is absolutely amalgamation. That's the word I use today. I get to travel alone. No, I think that there are places even in the UK that are more dangerous than some of the places in other countries. So I wouldn't say I've faced anything out of the ordinary yet. I haven't been pickpocketed. I haven't been accosted. I haven't been harassed by anyone when traveling. So I obviously keep an eye out and an ear out, and I am careful. But I have luckily escaped any negative experiences as a tourist so far. So I will hope that continues. So not scared to travel alone. I love traveling. I'd love to do more of it. I'd love to bring you guys. I think that's the only thing that gives me some hesitation is I want to do more IRL streaming, but I do get quite nervous having like my phone so easily on display and bringing attention to me when live streaming. So I really, really enjoyed doing an IRL stream in Dublin, for example. And I felt very safe in Dublin. But I don't know if I think I would feel very self-conscious and very antsy if I were to do that in other places, and not even non-English speaking countries. I'd be scared to do that in London. So it is, something that I am aware of, but without having my phone, like as a content creator, I am quite happy just wandering around and being okay in that regard. Hopefully that answered your question. Berlin is widely believed to be derived from the old Palavian West Slavic term berl, meaning swamp or bog. The name reflects the original geographical terrain of the region. Oh my god! Which is famously marshy and wet rather than being derived from bear. That's cute. I like that. I did not know. I can't do either, fair enough. Round 2. Okay, well, you probably should look at your diet in that case. It did sound pretty Aussie. Well, maybe not if you have a trained ear. Crikey. Okay, hold on. I knew my ex's mum always said dal. Maybe that one. All right, dal. Oh, hold on. Okay, so if I try to imitate my ex's mum. Oh, she was... I can't even do it. How would she talk? I actually cannot do it. I genuinely don't know where the placement is. You look pretty good for 40. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're 40? Almost. Close enough to it. I have not been stabbed yet. Give it time. Give it time. How did you weigh it? Oh, yeah, for the 1 kilo. Pulling it out of the toilet. Traveling was definitely British. You can definitely hear the two. I haven't heard any Kiwi yet. Yeah, I have to really ham up the Kiwi accent for you to hear the Kiwi. Her skin is too smooth. Thank you. Much appreciated. Eddie is just being mean. Well, I don't think they're being mean. That's the thing. Is they said I look good for 40. Hey, from the UK, would you rather learn how to fly, be a spy, also know why? Which would you pick? Is this a song? I would probably learn how to fly because I feel like, and I do mean in an airplane, I'm quite a nervous flyer. I do it as a means to an end, but as in travel. But I think that if I learnt how to fly, it might help me with my discomfort of flying. So that's why I would choose that. Being a spy sounds like too much work. Like, I'm a streamer for a reason. I don't want to work that hard. So hopefully that answered your question. They speak with a block nose, the Australians. Yeah, but I just sound nasal. Does it sound more Australian? Maybe a little bit. No, see, I just sound Kiwi. I just have to not sound. I need to not put on an accent. No, I can't do it. It doesn't sound. It doesn't sound like it. Dal needs to be said with a croaky voice and have a smoke ciggy. I'm doing well, Alpine Geordie. I hope you're doing well as well. Hi, Adam. I just turned 39 myself. One of us looks significantly younger than the other, but to protect my ego, I won't say which. I'm 29, if that helps anyone. just to set the record straight, I don't think Eddie was being truthful. They're just trying to attack my ego, and I don't have one. So I'm 29 for anyone who actually wants the information. Almost 30. I've got the big 30 this year, so I'm very excited. Yeah, so hopefully that helps you with your own egos. Hi, Neshi, good to see you. A spy is a traitor. Ooh. Her skin is indeed smooth. I've been putting the lotions on the skin, indeed. I'm nearly 30. In 2 months today, actually. 2 months today, I will be 30. How you going, love? Get me a long neck out of the esky, would you, Dal? Does that sound better? See, I can't say better. Something about doing an Aussie accent turns me Kiwi. How you going, love? How you going? I feel like if I'm just lazy with if I'm lazy with it. How you going, love? Get something from the esky, would you? Does that sound? It sounds better, but it's not there. Ah, yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, it's better. See, I keep saying better like a Kiwi. I don't even believe 29. See, now you're being flattering. I appreciate you answering. Here's another. Would you rather ride a train, dance in the rain, feel no pain? Which one would you pick? I feel like feel no pain would be the obvious one. But pain, if you don't feel pain, you don't know if your arm's been chopped off, right? And that's would make you lose a lot of blood and you might die. So feeling pain is a good thing. So for example, if someone stabbed me in the back, literally, not figuratively, and I didn't feel it, then like, would I feel anything or would it just not be painful? I just feel like it's a slippery slope. What is pain? What is not pain? I'm not convinced that it is the answer because I feel like it would have ramifications. Ride a train, I feel like if I choose, I've already ridden several trains, but it's like, if I don't choose this, will I never be allowed to ride a train again? Dancing in the rain is just nice. I feel like I have to choose Dance in the Rain because it just shows this idea that life is good. Life is so good that there is just nothing to be worried about. Not even the rain is an issue. The rain is not holding me back from just dancing. I think that just feels very wholesome in a way. Anywho, Okay, a little whippersnapper, that's the one. 18, yeah. I feel like a lot of people think I'm younger than I am, but I like to think millennials have been aging well. I don't know if everyone believes that, but well, maybe not even just millennials. Gen Xers seem to be aging pretty well. I feel like there's a lot of people that seem to be around my age that I'm like, you could easily be in your 20s, and then they're not in their 20s, and I'm like, ah. Anyway, I think I'm doing okay. I was like, not nearly 40, 29 at best. And then you nailed it. There you go. But almost the big 3-0. You need to drag down the words like they're heavy for the Aussie accent. Ugh. Definitely even more Aussie than New Zealand in that case. Yes, okay, so it's getting there. Happy and 2 months birthday. Thank you, thank you. All kid here in Switzerland. I'm a retired 69-year-old Brit stroke survivor. Well, congratulations. It sounds like you've been having it tough and you've been able to pull through the other side. So good on you. I like the idea of Alpine Geordie as well in the Swiss, with the Swiss Alps. Okay, I would avoid meta glasses at all. The second videos in the office in Kenya. There we go. Okay, cool. I'm almost 33. I'm already getting some grey hairs on my chin. That's all right. I know people who have had grey hairs as 20-year-olds. So our bodies just do what they do, you know? A little dark for a great answer. Well, I tried to put thought in it. Feel no pain, maybe not, but I'd rather fear no pain. Now we're talking. That's a good one. Probably have to do with the cheap. Oh, this is for Kenya as well. I don't know enough about this. How's this for subtle? Would you rather be the change you wish to see the change you wish to be, or see no change and leave it be? I love all the rhyming schemes. I definitely subscribe to the be the change you wish to see. I hope that the community feels like that is what I am practicing as well. I genuinely have a lot of optimism, whether unfounded or not, in humanity, but that's because I try to, like you say, be the change that I wish to see. Try, and as Boba always says, just try not to be a dick, you know. Sup, Matilda? Hi, Grady. How you going? I started going grey in my early 20s. Yeah, there we go. I know that it's a thing, and people try to pretend it's not, but the more we're open about it, hopefully, the more comfortable people are with it too. Think globally, act locally. Ooh, that's nice. They would imply a nap, but which I don't imagine you actually need. Yeah, I think I'll go to the coffee shop as a little bit of a reset. I've been good this week. I haven't gone other than with my D&D friends yesterday. So I think I just want a little walk. I haven't really gone for a walk this week, so I think that'll be nice. Okay. If you could blame it on anything, would you blame it on the sunshine, the moonlight, the good times, or the boogie? Definitely the boogie. I've learnt this from a young age, that I must blame it on the boogie. New Zealanders always cheerful and optimistic, even Australians, but more rough. I think that New Zealanders are positive for the most part. I think they're friendly. New Zealanders are very, very friendly. Cheerful and optimistic. I don't know if I would assign these words necessarily. There's like a similarity, but it's not quite the same. Thank you for the follows, by the way, guys. How you going? How you going, I feel like, is one that you hear a lot, so it's easier to imitate. Because you kind of just say, how you going? You don't really move anything, you know? Don't blame it on the good times, exactly. But blame it on the boogie. In my mid-30s and starting to get white hairs here and there, but just embrace becoming a silver fox, exactly. You have the vibe, being the change you wish to see. Is that what you do? You choose, spread the love, and send out good vibes. Well, it's not why I do it, but it's, I hope that people, I don't know, are getting something. I've always said this before, is I don't actually... I don't know what it is I do, but I know people keep turning up, so I must be doing something okay. So, and I like live streaming, so I'm quite happy to keep doing it, even if I don't know what it is I'm doing. See the change you wish to be is better. I think so as well. I was always told to be the change too. I've tried jingling and jumping into buskers hats, but it isn't as well perceived in practice as everyone imagines. Adorable. I need to acquire the skill of a professional yapper. Well, I'm really pleased you say that, because I feel like I'm really, really waning my energy. I've been saying this for the last 30 or 40 minutes where I'm like, oh man, I'm just tired. So I am, I'm glad that you're still saying that there's a professional yapper. Yeah. What made you do stand-up comedy? Well, I'm yet to embrace it, truly. So maybe once I get out of the seat, I'll be better. Cheerful pessimism. See, that's the Kiwi accent. Pessimism. I think so. I think that the New Zealanders, I wouldn't call optimists. They're friendly, and they have this relaxed disposition for the most part. But I wouldn't say optimistic off the bat. Have you ever watched Spider-Man movies? I've seen some of the Spider-Man movies, but not all of them. So I haven't seen any of the Amazing Spider-Man. I've seen I think all of the more recent ones with Tom Holland. I think I've seen all the Tom Holland ones. And then I watched Tobey Maguire, I think 1 and 3. I don't actually think I've seen the second Tobey Maguire. And I've seen Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse as well. Yapping is easy, yeah, but I get getting a little bit sleepy. Captain Planet told me the power is yours. How you doing? Got a couple white beard hairs, but it's hard to tell because I'm blonde. There you go. You seem to be always smiling. Thank you. I can tell you very honestly and openly that's not always the case. I think that it's not that I'm putting on like a persona or optimism when I'm streaming. I just genuinely am happy when I'm here. If I feel like I won't be happy, then I typically don't go live. If I'm feeling a bit under the weather and I just feel like I'm just going to be like sitting here going, I just don't I don't want to feel like live streaming is a chore. And so I don't I don't feel like it's a chore, and so when I am here I genuinely am happy, and so my smile is genuine. I have 2 modes. Yeah, but shut the fuck up, no in between. That's adorable. Captain Planet, he's a hero. Looting and polluting is not the way. You could have been a lead lady in these movies. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. Appreciate it. Been good vibes at 10 minutes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Genuinely. It's my first time here. I can see why people come back. Thanks, guys. It's actually really nice. I'm very new to the YouTube live stream. I've been on Twitch for a few years now, but just recently ventured into the YouTube live space. It is a whole different ballpark. I'm not quite used to it. I think there's a lot more trolls on the YouTube, but I think it's been really cool to see the growth of the community and the people who have. There are definitely people who have been chatting away on YouTube who are really cool. So it's and I've seen a few returns as well. So it's cool to have that. And then we're just figuring out as a moderation team what to do with the trolls in the meantime. I think that I also think I let me get my thoughts together. I think that it does expend a lot more energy because I'm like trying to be on, and people, although they are, I wouldn't say affecting my insecurities or ego, it still can be a bit combative. My energy expenditure can come from being combative, where it's like, oh, you want to make a gross comment, and so now I'm just kind of like trying to swipe that away. But when they end up disappearing one way or another, then we're just going to have these chats, and it's nice to have just a little conversation. If you feel like it's a chore, you're subconsciously not going to want to do it. Exactly. And then it will become a constant barrier where it's you wake up and it's like, oh, I have to stream today. It's like, no, I don't have to stream. And I think that it's not advice I would give. So some people, they're like, oh, like, what advice would you give as for streamers? I, for one, am not a multi. Like I don't earn a lot of money on live streaming, and so my advice is always just make sure you're doing it because you enjoy it. And however, if you do want to try and grow, consistency is so important. However, I think just to completely throw that out of the window, especially my recent time of like moving countries and being all over the place, not only physically, but also mentally, I have adopted if I don't feel like streaming today, I'm not going to stream today, because like you say, it will start becoming that chore and it will make me not enjoy what I'm doing. And so although I do 100% believe in consistency to help with growth, it's not the only thing, but I do think that it does, the algorithm does help promote you if you're being consistent. If you're not enjoying it, then it's not worth it. I think it's probably a way to surmise that. Smiling? Straight to jail. What if I go like this? I don't think I can not smile. I've heard from some streamer mods that modding YouTube live streaming is a nightmare. Yep, nobody wants to do it. But the mods and I are chatting about it. So I check in with them as well because it is it's still new. It's still new. Doing pretty well. Maybe try to get the returns to come to the Twitch side. Yeah, well, it's completely up to you guys if you want to be on Twitch. I think Twitch is the better experience because I've had more time to make things work on that end, and you've got cool emotes. But I know that not everyone wants to be on Twitch to watch their content, and that's okay too. So I don't want to make assumptions of how people should watch content. You know. Anyhows, it's interesting. It's interesting. You have good and cute energy. Tinkle. Be a bird that always flies. Be a person that never dies. Feel the aurora skies with both eyes. I would probably say feel the aurora skies. That's something that I'm hoping to see this year, legitimately. It's on my bucket list to see an aurora borealis or an aurora australis, which is the southern hemisphere, southern light. Sorry. And therefore, I have to hope to see those when I'm in Iceland later this year. So that's my choice. It's gonna be a job some days. It is a cool job though, and that's the thing is I'm finding that balance of like pushing through when I'm not feeling so great, but other times just being like, nope, it's not worth it. But now that I have more, now that my setup is feeling a lot more comfortable, I think that will encourage me to feel like I can just turn up whenever I turn up. I'm still waiting on the $10. Fuck. Don't do English. That's okay. Not everyone does. Try sub only. I think it's okay for now. I don't know how obvious it's been, but Ninefox has been putting in work on YouTube today. Hi from New Zealand. Oh my gosh, and that's the thing is we're getting so many New Zealanders on YouTube. Kia ora. It's good to have you here, Mike. Welcome on in. So I do think that it can cause some discouragement. Like, anyway, it doesn't matter. I will cover it another time. But Ninefox has been putting in work on YouTube today. Practice your roasting skills. It's not in me. I'm not a very good roaster. I don't know how to roast someone. Plus, I feel like if I roast a troll, it just like shows that they've won in a way where it's like getting a reaction out of me, whereas everyone else probably could get a laugh out of someone who's able to wittily have a immediate comeback. But I just feel like when I see those, it makes me go, okay, well, they've clearly gotten a rise out of you because roasting someone feels like it comes from a place of anger or hatred, and I'd just rather not I like a kill him with kindness, you know, or ignorance. I can tell you that if you guys ever think that I'm ignorant on comments that say like curtains or the drapes, I'm not ignorant on it. I definitely know what they're asking. Someone said they can't unsee how I grip this microphone. I know what they're talking about. I'm not an idiot. But what I can do is feign ignorance and try at least make it funny for people in that regard. But it's definitely not a true ignorance. And if it is, then you'll see me go, oh, you'll see the light bulb click if it's actual ignorance. So yeah, I definitely prefer kill him with kindness and feign naivety, I suppose. Then I just don't have have it in me to just roast, I guess. Streaming making content is like making music art. Do it because you enjoy it, not because you can think you earn a lot of money and become famous, as the huge majority don't. Exactly. So I think that I would love to earn more money on live streaming, don't get me wrong. So I am trying to do more, but at my own pace. And unfortunately for me, my pace is very, very slow, but it is my pace and I can't, what's the word? Comparison is the thief of joy. And so I can look at what other people are doing for inspiration, but I shouldn't be looking at what other people do at the rate that they do it and have the same expectations on myself. So I love live streaming, and maybe one day I'll do some more outside of that. I've tried to post a couple videos here and there, but it's on YouTube. But I'm getting there. And like I said, I think having a more comfortable setup will be more inspiring because I'm like, I've got my work desk, I've got my workspace. I can feel like I have like a studio to come and be creative, as it were. Anyhow, it's making me feel like shy. Consistency or collaborating. Collaborating is a huge one for sure. I've seen large growth for a very random streamer, but they participated in a league. Yes, collaboration is great. Unfortunately, I'm not a collaborator. Consistency from me, I know. Your mum is wrong. You are funny, I know. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. It's not my thing. One of my favorite streamers has a unique wit and welcomes in the trolls in a hilarious way. They all become beloved members of the community. Exactly. We've had some trolls who become community members for a similar reason. I just think, yeah, kill them with kindness. They almost it's inspires to see. I can never do it. Yes, tough, hey. Ignore the trolls. These people are only projecting their insecurities. Exactly. It's not me at that point, right? Sometimes I like to try and understand where they're coming from, and that curiosity is more of my failure, where I'm like, just let me understand you. I want to understand. And then I have to remember that I keep trying to put logic on the illogical. I think 5 streamers from randomly scrolling on YouTube. There we go. YouTube is handy in that regard, yeah. So I don't want to now expect Frank to come over to Twitch if YouTube is the preferred platform. But we're figuring it out, and yeah, we do all right. We have our pockets where the gross people are not here. I think we all understand the changes YouTube chat has introduced won't deny you the opportunity to grow in different platforms. Diversifying is smart. I also believe you're not the one who would judge us if we don't have the spoons to put up with them some days. Exactly right. I suppose if I don't have the spoons, that's when I can do sub-only mode. No feeling that Aurora is bad. That's Cancer. Oh, is it really? If does Aurora lights cause issues on people? Become famous is a naughty phrase. Oh, it would be a naughty phrase because of bots. I would say 9Fox, where it's like, become famous and with follow bots and whatnot. Yes, I'm going to Iceland for the total eclipse. I'm so excited. It's in August. The Aurora's radiation. Oh, really? So that can cause cancers. I'm not sure that. I feel like we would see a rise of cancer in Scandinavian countries if that were the case, because that's where you see them the most often. I have to look into it. Yeah, Foxy does need a raise for sure. Roasting 180 degrees Celsius for a couple hours longer if larger. That's cute. In most cases, roasting trolls is the same as feeding them. Don't feed the trolls. Don't do it. Do pedicures make you laugh? I've never had a pedicure. Oh, speaking of trolls, do it stink? Do it stink? Does what stink? What do you mean? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't understand faster English. Can you speak more slowly? I'm just trying to catch up with chat. My apologies, Abdel, but I don't think that I can slow down very easily. Hi from Dublin. Save your breath to cool your coffee. No, yes, entertaining them. That's very cute, Fergus. I went to Dublin just in November last year. I really, really liked it. Everything was very expensive though, so I feel sorry for you in that regard. Definitely, if I were in Dublin again, I would be cooking my meals, not buying them. But I did have a lot of fun. It was I think one of my most favorite IRL streams I've done. Would you rather get a hug by a bug in a rug, be tugged by a slug holding a mug, look smug, taking a chug in front of a thug? Ooh, I like the last one. I like the last one because it's like, go on, do your worst. I want to feel confident. I want to feel badass. I like that. You're not an idiot? Damn it, what am I doing here? Look, I pretend I'm not an idiot. We all know the truth. How would you hold a pint of beer? Don't bite, they get bored and go away. Exactly. I want to visit Switzerland, and your favorite artist is Simply Red and is in Manchester, England. That's cool. I would like to visit Switzerland at some point. I don't know who my favorite artist is, though. That was one that I won't know. Not Bobo, you're very pretty. Your smile always try to make others feel welcome. You have massive balls with what you do, whether it be moving to the UK, putting up with trolls, or even following your heart. That's so sweet. Thank you. But if only Boba was here to hear these things as well. I don't know how. Maybe it's the energy, but you seem prettier the longer the stream goes on. I guess, yeah, personality. That's what a lot of people say, right? It's there's the initial look that people can get, and I'm very grateful that people think that I am okay looking. I get all shy when I have to talk about myself. Like, I'm always very appreciative and thankful when people compliment me, but it always feels weird being like, Yeah, I know. I'm kidding. No, wait, that's not what I meant. I'm getting shy and bashful. Anyway, I am aware that I'll say it when it's not about me. That'll make it easier. There are attractive people out there that can become more attractive based on their personality or less attractive. There are also people who might not be so conventionally attractive that then you're like, wow, this is just like a beautiful person. Their physical look might not be something that is stereotypical in a modeling magazine, which also I could go on rants about and it'd be ridiculous. But I digress. We are not unaware that there are pretty people in the world. I think it is ignorant to deny this fact. However, I am incredibly aware that there are just beautiful people. And I would say that I am very lucky to have people like that in my life, regardless of what they physically look like, because it genuinely doesn't matter. They're just beautiful people, and I think that can make someone more attractive. The same way that someone who's funny and comedic, I'm still working on my material, but someone who's funny and comedic can become very attractive, because why wouldn't someone who makes you laugh make you attracted to them? Like, whether that platonically or romantically, of course. So personality does go a long way. So apparently Scandinavia has high skin cancer rates. No, that's Australia for sure. There's a difference between, I guess, if there's radiation from auroras versus the sun. And the high skin cancer rates, I think you would see in places like Australia. I'm afraid I must be off to bed. No stress, Adam. Thank you so much. You seem like a neat person. I'm glad you stopped by. Yeah, Ninefox getting the double zero pay, exactly. We have the same sun. I think you guys don't have a good ozone layer, which is exactly correct in Australia. But it has healed a lot, that ozone hole. So it's better than it was, but it's still not great. Not literal, or just what you say. Yeah, exactly. As much as radiation as maybe an air flight, I wouldn't know about the auroras. The aurora is just particles becoming visible spectrum because of the planet's magnetosphere. It isn't specific concentration, just a visualization. Okay, there we go. So probably not not cancer then. As a Nordic, I've never heard of Northern Lights causing cancer. There we go. Thank you very much for the anecdotal evidence. You speak with your teeth? Yes, I do. That's why people say I smile a lot. I am chatting and not just lurking. Hello, puzzle piece. They're trolling me. Yeah, mods troll me harder, exactly. Don't look at the eclipse without glasses. Yes, that's true. I actually genuinely will need to get some glasses. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you, Toothbrush. We'll see you next time. You do speak English in cursive to me. Yes, I am aware that when I'm trying to catch up with chat in particular is when I speak faster. Kiwi accent is correct, Ali Cave. You got it. Switzerland is cool. Yes, I would love to go. I've technically crossed the border into Switzerland, but I would like to visit it properly. I think pedicure sting, not as in the feet causing it, but because of the nail salon in the mall, I do most of my weekly food shopping, and it's particular pungent odor. Yeah, it's like that alcohol, I think is what it is, for the polishes and whatnot. I know you smoke bastard. Then when you get flustered, physical looks for the personality too. Yeah, that's the one. You seem nice. You seem nice. Beauty is different to each person. Yes, exactly. What one person finds attractive, others won't. And that is called preference. And that's okay as well. I'm dark and handsome, as in when it's dark, I'm handsome. I've not heard that one before. That's very funny. I fail on both counts. Now, cunts. I don't know why I said cunts. I fail on both counts. No, Raven, I've met you. You're a lovely, lovely person. Would you rather be inspired while being tired, be admired while being fired, being desired while being hired? I feel like desired while being hired is grounds for it feels like we're crossing into sexual harassment territory. I don't want to be hired just because they think I'm desirable. Like, I don't want to get into that nonsense. Admired while being fired, I guess that would be nice. If I'm going to get fired anyway, it would be nice to have a pat on the back where it's like, I'm sorry we have to do this, but we got to let you go. But I would choose inspired. I like because even if I'm too tired to be creative in that moment, I would hope that I can maintain that inspiration for when I wake up. Yeah. honesty and respect. Thank you, Corey. Getting to know someone with a good personality definitely makes them more attractive. I rarely find someone beautiful from the get-go. I'm very similar as well. Hello from Croatia. I just came back from Croatia just a couple of weeks ago. I really, really like your country. It was beautiful. The people are so lovely too. Aurora is such a good singer. I get it. I get that being your favorite entertainer. Magnetic rainbows. Hi from Australia. G'day. I just left Australia a few months ago. Acetone. Thank you, C Mama. Thank you for the follows as well. People are wearing a lot of clothes during the aurora as well versus in hot areas. That's a good point. So they're not getting like the sun just on their skin. True. Hey, another Aussie Frank. Sounds like a lawsuit. That's the one I was looking for. Thank you, Bear. That's true. What they're desiring you for. I did have a assumption on that desire. Anyway, inspiration is good. Throw back to things we say as knee-jerk reactions but don't necessarily believe. Based. I've been admired while being fired. Well, I'm sorry that you got fired, but I'm glad that you got admired. Okay. Kermit went to see Aurora in Australia. That's so cool. I was going to say we could use Aurora as our test. I just want to test. You guys have kept me here for an hour longer than I wanted to be. So we do need to test some audio before I go. Hi, Adrian. I went to, so I flew into Zagreb and then I didn't go down to Dubrovnik where everyone usually goes because I didn't even know that was where people like to go. We went to go towards the lakes, but they were closed. And so we stopped in a village called Rastoka. I can't remember the name. And then we went all the way to the coast I stayed in Opatija. And Rijeka was where we had dinner, and then went up into Slovenia, and then came back down on the other side. It was beautiful. I really, really, really think you have a very beautiful country. We just enjoy your company, and I enjoy yours. Yes, this is my natural hair color, indeed. Would you rather hear? What would you rather hear? Grumbles from the grave, screams from the hills, crying from the basement. I hear crying from the basement already as it... No, I'm kidding. I think I would go grumbles from the grave because that means that if I heard that, I could potentially help someone who has been buried when they shouldn't be buried. Screams from the hills. I don't know if I would feel comfortable helping. Like, I don't know what they're screaming for. That could be anything. I don't want to I don't want to put myself in danger. Whereas grumbles from the grave, I'm not a believer in the supernatural. So I feel like if I heard grumbles from the grave, it's like, shit, let's help this person. I think that feels like the right thing to do. Never even got around to that. I know, it's my gremlin. Screams on the hills are just the foxes. That's cute. Hi, Adrian. That's just the mods, exactly. Stay blessed, Corey. Thank you. Hi, Luigi. Tell us another travel story. No, you guys are keeping me here. When I just want to go get some lunch. Another travel story. Let me think of something short and sweet. When I was staying in Austria, I was staying all the way up in these like hills, I suppose, and you on this windy track, single lane, of course, country road, higher and higher and higher, hairpins, and then once you got there, it was just the most beautiful place to just be nestled in, and it was so lovely to just feel like so far away from everything, but also not. I don't know how to explain it. Just as soon as you got to the bottom of the road again, you're back in civilization. And it was kind of crazy to think how easily nestled away these buildings were. And I think that's something that I really enjoyed about Europe in general is it's not impossible in Australia and New Zealand. There's a lot of untouched beauty in those countries. But in Europe, I feel like there was a lot more of this integrating of the residential areas and the nature. And it was just so beautiful. And I couldn't believe that people actually live like that. And not just in Austria, just everywhere I visited, that you'd just be driving not on a tollway, but just out in the middle of nowhere, and there were just a whole bunch of little villages, and it was just so cool. It was just cool. And there were some deers as well. We like you. Thank you, Archer. We like you here too. I'm feeling very depressed today. I'm sorry. Well, thank you very much for stopping by anyway, Elvis. I don't. The only Portuguese I know, or Brazilian, I'm not sure if they still say Portuguese in Brazil, is obrigado, but it doesn't feel like an appropriate word to say when you're not feeling very well. You're fish drowned. That can happen. So if you think that you're being funny, I can tell you that fish can drown. It is a possibility. Thank you for answering your questions. Thank you. I really appreciate that. MCing. No, they've been good. They've been good little brain teasers. Screams from the Hills sounds like an attack about to happen. Is that what that means? Yes, exactly. I don't want the screams from the hills. That's like something from a horror movie. I always had pen and paper close by so I can write down when inspiration strikes. That's very clever. You kept me from sleep. You guys are keeping me from being a little like vegetable. Am I allowed to say that? I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to say that. It came out of my mouth and I meant like vegging out rather than vegetable. Anyway, whoops. Short and sweet sounds like a job for coffee. You're short and sweet. I have no idea how tall you are, but yeah, I get it. I once got to the top of a cliff in dense fog and couldn't see my hand in front of me. Damn. And the foxes started screaming. No, that sounds like, again, nightmare. Felt isolated, but not by distance. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. It's like you have the calmness, the serenity, the quiet, but then you don't have to be so far away from civilization, I guess. I do like civilization. I genuinely do. I like having access to foreign foods and tasty foods and musicals and arts and cultures and coffee shops. But it's also nice to have calm. And I think that's why I'm liking Southampton. Southampton is definitely a city, don't get me wrong, but it's a quiet city. He's a Republican. His last words are "Make America Great Again." Make America. Was it who? I know that Trump obviously is known for MAGA. Was it? There was someone else. Reagan, maybe. I think it was someone in the 70s who had the same slogan. Think about grumbles from the grave, though. Anything 6 foot underground should be loud enough to be heard from above. Whatever is making that sound is not human. Yeah, but there's a curiosity to know what it is then, you know? Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. When I was a kid, my dad would take me to the bars with him while he would go get drunk. Hopefully that hasn't caused any issues with you. I know that it can be a little bit scary as a kid, but hopefully he was just chill. Hi, Kato. How you going? Are you doing lunch then, testing games, or are you done for the day? Ooh, will I test games? I don't think I'll do games today. I am just feeling still maybe like my not so much illness. I don't think I can do games today. I don't have it in me to do games today. So I will be done after I wrap up today. They used to give little bells that one could ring from the grave. Oh, that's right. They actually genuinely did. So they would tie a string to their fingers. And the string would connect to a bell that was above ground, and then so if someone had been buried incorrectly, then they could ring the bell. I can't remember what kind of issues caused them to seem like they're dead, though. That's the only thing that's escaping me. I don't know if it was from a drunken stupor or like the inhaling fire fumes. I don't know. As a vegetarian, you can say I don't think so. Speaking for more than 4 hours and being clever and fast is impressive. Thank you. My favorite Walking Dead character. I still haven't played it. That's something I have to do at some point. I am feeling hungry. That is a derivative of vegging out, though technically a couch potato could be a tuber. Ooh. Okay. All right. So I let's put it this way. I could understand if it was I'll probably avoid saying it again, but I don't think I have to be too worried about it. Arlette, I don't know who that is, sorry. Hi Dylan, how you going? Mobile games only, exactly. I gotta play my little Wool Dragon game. I think it's called Wool Crush. I don't actually know. It's just at the end if once you've beaten the level, it's like Wool Crush. So maybe that's what it's called. Anyway, it's fun. Is your name actually Clementine? That's so appropriate. Thank you. It's Kismet if so. My mother, very cruel. Very, very cruel. I was named after my great-grandmother, is where my name comes from. bells were placed on graves in the 18th and 19th centuries as part of safety coffins to prevent or provide an escape from premature burial due to the fear of being buried alive during epidemics like cholera. Okay, these systems allowed someone mistakenly pronounced dead to ring a bell using a string signaling to a cemetery watchman. There you go. A tuba. Yeah, that's a good one. Very punny. Very punny. Yeah, vegetable, problematic, but we can understand that vegging out and couch potato are fine. Vegetable, just kind of, like you said, it came from there. We can avoid saying it now. I am well, Dylan, just a little bit sleepy. I was trying to sign off an hour ago, and I've managed to stay on longer. Okay, so let us watch. I know what we're going to say. See ya later. Susie Cato. All right, guys. I must wrap it up now. So instead of me wrapping it up, I'm going to show you a little New Zealand treasure. So we've had a few New Zealanders pop in today. You guys might know Susie Cato. If you're not from New Zealand, you will not know Susie Cato. But I'm going to let her sing us out for today. Thank you so much for stopping by. We had a lot of new friends join. So one, welcome. It's been a pleasure having you here. And also to the regulars, thank you for making them feel welcomed. We're still learning this whole multi-streaming system. Like I said, 9Fox was doing work today, so we'll hopefully find a rhythm and have a lot less trolls going forward. Even today, I think that it was better than the previous stream, and I can tell you that's because I went into my settings, and apparently YouTube default live chat is to have auto moderation off. So auto moderation was on today, and I think that helped. But I'll get the info from 9Fox. Yeah, we're just learning. So I think that's also something that I am figuring out is how I want to deal with things. If I just ignore messages or if we embrace them, I'm figuring it out. So yeah, if you guys are finding it's a little bit tiresome, don't worry. I'm finding it tiresome too. But I think it's worth it to find our good friends on the other side. So we gotta, what's it called? Kiss a few frogs to find some princes. So we're getting there. But yeah, thank you guys. We had a couple donations today, so very much appreciated. Like I said, I love what I do. But it does certainly help to get a little bit of extra support on the side there. So thank you guys for your donations. And like always, thank you for donating your time. So, yeah, what is this gig exactly? Yeah, if you guys want to join the Discord, we're gonna bring back movie night at some point. And you can post photos of your pets and stuff. Oh yeah, subscribe to YouTube. Follow if you've enjoyed yourself. I don't know. Anyway, I'm done now. Bye. But also let me know if you hear this.
Go now, my friend.
Oh my god.
I'll see you again soon.
I think it's just quiet.
See you later. It's time to say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
See you later. I've really got to fly. So see you later. It's time for us to end.
I'll play it again.
See you later. I'll be back again. Kakite, see you later. I hope you've had some fun. In Ohura, I'm leaving. I've really got to run. So see you later. It's time for us to end. See you later. I'll be back again. So long. See ya. In Ohura. Goodbye, my friend.
She's so cute. She's so cute. All right, it was a little bit quiet, but I'm not going to play it again. You got the gist of it. So, is she single? I don't know. We'll have to look it up. Anyway, she's still a fox. Amen. See you later. I'll be back again. That was Susie KJ. Thank you for signing out for me, Susie. And, yeah. Thanks, guys. Bye.